I see it, yeah, it's definitely hindering things because there are some things that have become so politicized for no fucking reason that all of a sudden any introduction of them in schools is all of a sudden seen as like fucking horrible, the next like horrible totalitarian thing that's being put in, et cetera, et cetera. The evil left is trying to corrupt your children, blah, blah, blah. Like that type of like stochastic language is probably what ended up fucking over everything. With like X, Y, and Z is trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to trans your kids, et cetera, all that type of shit. Like that set back progress by so much because now you can't even have a fucking rainbow in the class without somebody being like, oh no, they're trying to push games on my child. Oh no, like that's it's just. For the party that always complains about snowflakes, it seems like they get triggered by anything that has a rainbow color scheme or that may be related to the gays, and that all of a sudden their children are too soft to walk in a world where two dudes might kiss each other. Oh no, how horrendous.
Okay, I'm going to intervene here just for a moment. As I said when I started the room, I have a hard time. I'm going to have to leave in 15 minutes, and I want to go ahead and provide my closing.
YouTube, somewhere between 3.8 and 4.5 million subscribers. There's been some speed about those numbers. 863 million total video views as of August 6, 2025.
I find this poll
How'd you do on her last episode?
More than I thought.
There's a fundamental issue related to the question how to fix K-12 education. The consensus is something else. But there's no definition to something else that we can wrap our arms around. Okay, if we get specifics, there's a slight majority. Just the three. There's a slight majority for increasing rigor and accountability. Nobody is screaming for more money, which surprises me, etc. But is that not a problem when we try to have an informed, rational discussion on education? We go a mile wide and an inch deep and can't get our arms around something that's truly basic and fundamental to fixing the problem. That's what the poll shows me. That's good information. How to fix that? How do we stop going a mile wide and an inch deep and pick a few basics that are really fundamentally important? I don't know how we do that, but I think it reflects the need to do that. We've got to focus our energy on things that we can fix and not go a mile wide and an inch deep. That's my conclusion of what this room has demonstrated, but it's been a good discussion, and thank you all for being here.
Well, Anson, if I could just say really quick, because I added something. I asked I asked Grok because I had some ideas about how to fix K-12, right? My ideas how we can fix that. I'm sure I all have opinions, and what something else could be. So here's what Grok said are 7 potential solutions. If Anson or anybody else in the room wants to weigh in, some of these we've already talked about. So first, we need to address the funding inequities. We need to support teachers. Number 2, we need to reform the curriculum and testing. Number 4, tackle learning loss and the gaps, right? 5, invest in mental health and safety, which I think is important. Mental health, hire more school counselors to help these children who are dealing with having challenges at home that they bring to school that makes it impossible for them to concentrate. Number 6, it says modernize the infrastructure, because as Timok noted earlier, when a student walks into the classroom, they need to feel a certain energy. And part of feeling that certain energy is the safety that the teacher provides, how the classroom is, decorated or organized, how bright it is, how colorful it is, et cetera, et cetera. The aesthetic of the classroom helps, right? And then, of course, the overall building, if it's,
She basically just insisted that that's the truth. Yeah, she could drive this thing out.
So increase parental involvement through transparent communication and community-led programs, which is something we've spoken about. So I don't know, Anson, if you think any of that would fall under the something else as it relates to how to fix K-12.
My observation of that list that you just provided can be all lumped up. They they are specific items that all require adding more money. So based on that list, I would say Grok says we've got to spend more money to improve K-12 education, and then how much we allocate that more money in those specific categories. That runs totally counter to what the poll in this room showed, where add more money was substantially less than.
May I jump in real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
So I think that the adding more money is a secondary problem to how money is spent. What we know is that in a public school system, you have pension where a lot of money goes. You have the construction where a lot of money goes. Very few dollars actually get into the classroom. And so this is why school choice, I'm sure Joe B. made a pretty good argument for that. I was off doing other things, so I couldn't participate earlier. But here's something that people don't talk about is the way that we structure the classroom in the first place. We've decided that, if you were born in this year, we're going to put you in this grade. And whether or not you've learned how to read, write, or do math, we're going to then, because of your age, put you in this next grade. And what happens is that the teachers then have a choice where they can say, okay, I can teach to the most advanced students, alienating, the mid-tier, the bottom-tier students. They could teach to the medium students, and then that would hold back both, it would hold back the top students as well as probably alienate the bottom students. So then what they ultimately go for is they teach to the bottom students, and what that does is alienates those that could be challenged more, that are both that mid-tier or more advanced. We need to figure out how to put students based on their talent in the right cohort and get them the right education that they need, the things that they can handle. You can't give too hard a curriculum to somebody that doesn't understand it. You'll shatter their confidence and you won't build their skills. It'll actually be negative. So we need to better identify, and I don't think simply identifying when were you born is a good way of doing that.
Yeah, I totally have to agree with you. I think I think that we need to just reject the entire education. I'm laughing because I know people are going to think that it's radical, but the school system isn't failing at all. It's doing exactly what it was intended to do back when we implemented to begin with. We don't like to admit that. We don't know. I mean, it's been hidden from us largely, and we've been indoctrinated, right? If you feel like your little reticular activating system right now trying to reject everything that I'm going to say, I'd ask you, where did our system come from? What was it modeled after? What was the actual implementers of this school? So what was their listed intention? It's documented. It's all very, very open and public, and it is. They wanted to keep us obedient. They wanted to get people into these structured areas to be able to teach and indoctrinate us. That's the conformity. Everything that our current system implements as any type of public education system, anything that you see that does the opposite, that talks about the best models of education, have nothing to do with where we're at. It has nothing is in it absolutely at all. Like the grading system, all of that thing, what Mojo was just talking about. I pulled up real quick because I thought that this was interesting. This was let's see.
Your idea real quick and our idea real quick is probably different. Can you hear it up? Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so six points of what our system, this is exactly what we're working with right now and what we have implemented, and we continue to think that we just need to throw more money at.
Can I help you while you're looking? I'll just say this.
Yeah.
We built a school system for a world that was going to prepare people to work in factories. We no longer live in that world, but we still have the same school system. The slow modifications that they're making are not keeping up, and the world is about to change in more dramatic ways in very rapid fashion. And so if we didn't keep up from the 1950s till now, heaven help us with the advancements that are going to take place in the next 5 to 10 years. We need to really prioritize this shit, and we got to do it quickly. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm looking through my PDF, and I can't find it.
is it always the most redundant people trying to speak on education as if they own it or something?
Okay, here we go. So the 6 points. Now, if you don't know who Inglis is, Inglis, I invite you to look him up. But here are the listed functions. Okay, the number 1, the adjustive and adaptive function. Schools are to establish fixed habits of reaction to authority. This, of course, precludes critical judgment completely. It also pretty much destroys the idea that useful or interesting material should be taught because you can't test for reflexive obedience until you know whether you can make kids learn and do foolish and boring things. 2, the integrative function. This might well be called the conformity function because its intention is to make children as alike as possible. People who conform are predictable, and this is of great use to those who wish to harness and manipulate a large labor force. 3, the diagnostic and directive function. School is meant to determine each student's proper social. This is done by logging evidence mathematically and anecdotally on cumulative records, as in your permanent record, and everybody has one, right? The differentiating function. This is 4 out of the 6. Once their social role has been diagnosed, children are to be sorted by role and trained only as far as their destination in the social machine, as in the social machine merits, and not one step further. 5, the selective function. This refers not to human choice at all, but to Darwin's theory of natural selection as applied to what is called the favored races. In short, the idea is to help things along by consciously attempting to improve the breeding stock. Schools are meant to tag the unfit with poor grades, remedial placement, and other punishments, clearly enough that their peers will accept them as inferior and effectively bar them from the reproductive sweepstakes. That's what all those little humiliations from the first grade on were intended to do. The last function. The social system implied by these rules will require an elite group of caretakers. To that end, a small fraction of the kids will quietly be taught how to manage this continuing project, how to watch over and control a population deliberately dumbed down and declawed in order that the government might proceed unchallenged and corporations might never want obedient labor. The school system is doing exactly what it was supposed to do.
They're looking for solutions, though, B.
Okay, that's good. So the solution is full decentralization. What we had when we started our education system, our children, we were way more educated in the early 17 and 1800s, way before compulsory school laws and any type of. Do you know how exceptionally high the literacy was? All of our founding fathers, Washington, Franklin, Jefferson, right? Where did they get educated, right? Were they at home or were they in public schools?
No, Bima, you're correct. But we got 9 minutes to wrap this room up. But I want to give an illustration of this. So Bima, 895 times 1,000. Go.
For fuck's sake.
Oh God, come on, bro.
Time's up.
No, listen. I just wanted to illustrate the point. She's correct. I'm agreeing with her, by the way. I'm agreeing with her in a oh God, that was a little punchy way, but anyways, she made a good point. She made a good point, and I just wanted to illustrate it with a little exclamation mark on it. We don't teach kids anymore. We can't even do simple math.
But Roger, she didn't make the point. She just regurgitated something that somebody else said somewhere
That's
else.
correct. That's correct. That is correct.
So again, I don't need you to talk over me so you can shut up. This is why you get smacked around. So again, she didn't do anything, and it's going to this overall thesis.
Let's talk about it, Brad, instead of just respond to what I
said. Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
You don't even have kids.
You're subhuman, Brad.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so you want...
All right, so we can do this. So let's talk about the fat, obese white women who can't even
exactly. This is exactly what we wanted to do. So anyway, the decentralization, I'd invite everybody to look at homeschooling successes. If you were to look at the homeschooling successes, I can see that homeschooling is outperforming public schools in SATs and SATs, college readiness. Homeschooling will outperform.
Everyone mute up for a second. Listen. Uncle Anson is going to listen to this replay, and he's going to be very disappointed in all of us. Can we just, like, clean it up? You know he's going to listen to this, and then you know who's going to catch shit? I'm going to catch shit, because the room went to hell the moment he left, and come on, you make me look bad.
No, it was the fact that I was talking and the fucking obliterated obese Stay Puft Marshmallow fucking
Stay
woman
focused.
can't
Stay
fucking shut
focused.
up.
Stay focused.
B.
Respond.
Let Brett finish.
No, like again, like we shouldn't
Focus,
listen to
Brad.
Baron.
Focus, Brad.
We should not.
Respond. Stay on topic.
So again, I'm gonna say this: we should not listen to fat, obese white women who have no fucking vagina to produce. They should not be in the role of educating children. These are not the people we should allow in society to be your children. Overwhelmingly, they become sexual threats. That's what the education system is the number one area where your children are targeted. And who actually
This isn't a solution to
so
this. Let's be
again,
honest.
so you
Focus him. Focus him.
Kitover, we've got John Kitover. Kitover in the 16th.
Whale carcass of an ass.
You have nothing to say.
So,
You're ignorant. You're one
How
of
are
the
you
most ignorant
doing
people on the app. Brad. You have your
Your state is higher than ours,
nothing.
I don't care because
You come in, you want to just respond. Add
Illinois
something.
District
Add,
16.
help us, Brad.
Congressman John Article.
You add nothing. You add nothing.
I really have said to myself, I'm not getting involved in drama. I don't want to mute people. I don't want to move people to the goo because
Then
everybody.
just move her down. Again, I get moved by this cunt all the fucking time when you guys mod her up. When she can't take her own fucking take a ho-ho and shove it down her
Brad,
throat.
talk about education. Focus.
You haven't had
Education.
education. You haven't read a book.
Education. Go.
And
So again, you shouldn't let barren white women sexually prey on fucking young boys.
Brad, we're gonna give Brad the last word. Nobody interrupt. Brad, you're gonna take this away, and then afterwards, we're all gonna gently slide back into the muff, and we're gonna have some mojo positive vibration experience. So please go ahead and finish it up, Brad, and then we will detox in the other room.
So again, we shouldn't listen to fucking barren, wasted fucking white women who can't fucking produce children because they're never going to be a benefit to society. That J.D. Vance is absolutely right. The only thing they do is care for cats. So when we actually look at the education system, there should be an amalgamation. Roger, you were right. You said it in fucking simpler terms. You didn't need to read a PDF to actually get it. The education system is not keeping up with current society's trends or technologies or advancements that we see here. It's also ignoring past problems that we currently face, such as agriculture, such as a plethora of other individuals. It is focused on what? Bima's fucking idealistic fucking bullshit retarded fucking narrow ass. That was a waste of education. We should never, ever, ever have given up education to the point of it being the priority of PTA, soccer moms, and fucking purple-haired, septum-nose-pierced fucking obese fucking cat women. You shouldn't spend $150 million on a fucking stadium. You should spend at least a good portion of that on, guess what, arts, fucking music, poetry. Oh, curriculums and advanced programs and also internships and actual real-world experience, as well as trade schools and 4-H programs across. This is what needs to be taught. But of course, Bima is too redundant, too retarded, and too inbred to actually comprehend anything. And again, she will never have kids. No one wants to breed with her. This is why she's spending her time alone licking a dog. I'll land.
Oh Lord, fix it, Jesus! I wish I could lead us in prayer, but I want to respect everybody's religions and non-religions. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Bima.
What an enlightening speech. Thank you very little. Can you stop road raging? Let's stick to the issue.
See. They don't.
I told you don't come for me, right? Then I wasn't rude to a single person today. Yeah.
So we have 4 minutes
Except you
left.
just can't focus because you notice I didn't come for you, Brad.
Wait,
It
hold
was
on.
once again, after I speak, instead of focusing, you start to attack the person.
I was
Responding to the topic.
She can't stop fucking talking. She can't.
We don't know anything about the education system. You like to pretend. You're a good pretender.
We have 3 minutes
Anything
left.
about your own vagina. It's just that pendulum.
The great pretender.
The only thing I know you're good at is fucking
Head on over to the muff.
Okay, hold on. hold on. Bima and Brad, hold on 1 second, please. We have 3 minutes left before we shut this down. And as Mojo said, gently slide them off. But you don't know if it's possible at this point.
Just hit her in the head with a bat and just fucking end it, and the world will be a better place.
Does anybody have any final thoughts as we wind it down? One mic on time, please.
Brad. What controls most of human patterns? Their behavior. Is it the subconscious or the conscious brain?
The subconscious.
Right. How much percent?
I don't know. Ask the doctor on that one. I don't answer questions.
95% is.
Different, huh?
Anson would have been so disappointed.
I'm gonna send him a message and I'm gonna say, hey Anson, if you've got any brain cells that you want to kill, listen to the last 15 minutes after you left. He's gonna, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna tell me that we need better mods. That's what. But the truth is, it's like, if we're being honest, forget about who was involved. That was all my fault. I allowed it to descend. I could have modded differently, and I didn't. Look, I had a fun day. I had a blessed day. I drove a car today, just within the last hour. I drove a car 170 miles per hour.
Wow. So let me ask you a question.
Were you? It was a Ferrari 296. It was.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the straightaways at the Portland track are a little longer than at the Seattle track, and man, this thing, it probably had a little more pedal left, but we got to the cones.
Nice. Were you in the moment, Mojo? Were you in the moment?
I was in flow state. I was in a flow state for sure.
There you go.
So how was the positive vibrations over there in the rational discussion group? Was it a good discussion before I came in and ruined it?
It was an okay discussion. Those educational rooms, you always end up hearing the same people talk on them. And the chat was good. It's the same points. Everybody talks about, doing this to improve testing and this to improve testing and blah, 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 blah. And that is not the problem. The problem isn't the fucking testing. The problem is the whole freaking shebang. Like, it just needs to be overhauled.
John, what plans do you have to overhaul the education system in America?
Mojo, I don't know where John is, but what I was trying to articulate wasn't coming out well because it's something that I practice and adults practice. So I didn't know. I think differently than a lot of people. So when I was explaining, it doesn't land for them in a way where they can understand. I think so. That's why I just shut up about it.
Yeah, Simon Sinek's got this thing about start with why, and he gets into people that think different. He talks about Steve Jobs. He talks about Martin Luther King, and he also talks about the Wright brothers and how their view of the world starts with they start with why. Why
Yeah.
Why are you different, right? Rather than what you do and how you do it, why do you do it? And the people that change the world have a very strong why.
That's right. So that's more along the lines of what I was talking about. That in the education system, there has to be a unity around what the why is. And I talked about what's important to people's daily life. Their families, their environment, and beyond just their local area, right? It's not just the country. There's across the waters to other countries, right? The why is to develop a safer, healthier It's humanity, basically. So what Dr. Joe's work and what we're going to be talking about and applying in October it's going to be about that. That the children will there'll be an agenda that is focused towards that goal.
Hey, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover, and I just want to say that in that room, I called out that we're spending $88 billion a month or $1.1 trillion a year. I would suggest instead of $88 billion a month, we go to $60 billion a month immediately. Does anybody think that might solve the problem?
John, that's the result. The money, that's the end. Things require money, but first you got to figure out what the thing is, right? The change that has to be made, right?
Well, no, I think what he's saying is the opposite of what some people say. And one of the choices in that poll was do you want to add money? And maybe the answer is we take the money away. I mean, if you look back, we called a certain generation the greatest generation. Why do we call them that? It was a generation that grew up in the Great Depression. They were forced to deal with less money. And so I would make the argument that when you take money away from a situation, you actually open up the conditions that can allow you to actually improve the situation. Only when you're doing things really, really well can you then have the discussion of, hey, can we pour money on this? Money should be the gasoline that you put on a fire. And we don't even have a flame yet. So I would say what we need to do is we need to take the money away from the system. We need to starve the system, and we need people to be creative, create parallel institutions, something that works, and then once it works, then we pour the money on it. And I will tell you, people will be less picky about how much money we spend if you're getting a return on that money. Because I think one of the frustrations that we feel is that we've spent $37 trillion more than what we have, and we don't have good results. We also have $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, and we have nothing to show for it. That being said, there's worse places you could be. You could be in a country that doesn't have that kind of money to spend, right? But has other cultural problems that are a huge issue. We at least have the Constitution of the United States. We at least have, the idea that individual rights is a good idea. We just need to have the gumption to protect those rights.
Let them earn the money, then give them more money. But you're right. I think there should be less money, less.
I think what we should do is take away every penny and then say, okay, whoever builds a system, they're going to get the dollars. And if that means that a system is going to say, hey, we don't have enough money to operate, we'll just say, well, imagine that. Remember the free ride when the money came for nothing?
Well, in the Chicago school system, which is broke, needs $175 million, the students should be cleaning the classrooms. Why do they have a $115 million janitorial contract when they can just have the students clean the classrooms like they do in Japan?
Or maybe the gym
because
teacher.
You can't use chemical, give a 5-year-old in kindergarten fucking chemicals to mix and combine. Like, you don't want to give them Windex and freaking bleach and say, here you guys go, combine it yourself and then toss it in pine sol and that'll clean the floors for you. You really don't want to do that to a bunch
How
of
do they
kids.
do it in Japan? In all these federal offices where millions of federal employees work, instead of hiring crews of tens of thousands of cleaners, you know what? Maybe all those federal employees should clean their cubicles and vacuum around them and clean it themselves.
No, I disagree, man. I once got called out because I would dip in my trash can at my federal office. And I got called out from someone else, like another person that worked, that was a secretary. She's
Well,
like,
I think what he's saying is if you do that and you don't keep your space clean, they should fire you.
No, totally. I mean, but no, I mean, that's why they're there to clean, right? My shit was clean, man. Where I work, man, you can't leave documents out.
So there was a case, and I forget the thing, where a school was actually having kids participate in cooking, which I think kids should learn to cook in school. I think it's a very noble and worthy pursuit. However, it's now become a risk because you can thank the fucking white women of the world, the obese white women, because again, in between eating ho-hos, they decided that their kid may have gotten scalded with hot grease, or maybe burnt their finger on a pan, or maybe, God forbid, cut themselves. That the lawyers that they went and screamed the most to, knowing that their kid has to have life experience, knowing that they have to actually do these things, they turned around and sued the schools. And so schools stopped doing simple things like that. We used to have gun ranges. The Soccer Mom Association has stopped that one. We used to have shop where they actually built lamps. That stopped because of the Soccer Mom Association. So if you really want to make those changes in the school system, you need to start with the obese white women that really do fuck up the schools for the rest of everybody else.
Really bringing up at 1.1 trillion a year, and we're 37 trillion in debt. You know, this is a place to start cutting. 1.1 trillion a year in this country gets spent on education. 88 billion a month. You can't cut it 25%. You can't cut it 40%. We're $37 trillion in debt. Now, I know I sound like I might be whining and complaining, but where are the cuts going to come from? Because I got to tell you, I'm building a collection of cuts with all of these Anson rooms and Mojo Positive Vibration rooms, and I'm going to put all these position papers. Basically, I'm doing forensic accounting, so thanks for the content. I keep posting in my next. Nobody's reposting. Are you guys just all a bunch of talkers, or are you going to do any retweets? Are you going to do any likes? Are you going to share this room? I mean, are we just a bunch of talkers or a bunch of doers? What is it, talkers or doers?
You see, if I would always fight with my, it's a good mother as well. I never.
Wait, hold on. No, hold on. Hey, mute yourself. Listen, go read the rules. Hold on. Hey, go read the rules. I want you to refer to rule number 10. Once you've read rule number 10, if you can read rule number 10, then you can re-engage, this time in English. But if you don't speak English, we got my friend Johnny here who can teach it to you. Right, Johnny?
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm looking for the rocket chats. We don't have that here?
Rocket chats? What are we talking about?
It's the newest thing from Nelson and Company over on Chatter.
Oh, you mean the Jonathan Bing app? The one where he single-handedly destroyed what could have been a good thing?
Oh, is he the one to blame?
Jonathan Bing's got a big head with no brain. He's got like just full, thick skull. There's nothing in there. It's you know, you shake a watermelon to hear the fucking moisture. You could shake his head, you'd hear nothing.
Oh, darn.
So he's the fall guy, Roger? He's the fall guy? Jonathan's the fall guy?
Jonathan Bing might be the stupidest human being that's ever walked the face of this earth.
But isn't it Nelson's app, or is it
Nelson's the boss? Nelson's the king. It's good to be the king. Hey, piss boy.
I just was in there, and they probably had a total of less than 50 users across the board in 10 rooms.
I hear you.
The biggest stream was 20 people. It's like, it's so boring every time you go in there. And I do like the features, but it's not working.
2 people, the person and their bot to run video, and nobody's watching.
Their problem is that all they want to do is poach Clubhouse users when they should just go find their own users by advertising. Oh, wow, who would have thought? That would have been great.
Can I just point out that the way Nelson and Jonathan Bing is running Chatter is the same way that your federal government is running the government. And the reason why Jonathan Bing's brain is so big, because that's called swelling of the head. And what is his name? CeeLo Green, that famous musician. He kind of reminds me of that guy who did those great songs. But anyways, I'm just saying, is $1.1 trillion enough to educate the population of this country? Where can we cut it 20%? Anybody here want to concur that we can save $200 billion a year in education? Anyone?
Swelling of the head is a simple way to. I really wish you would stop using terms that you think you know that you don't know.
Well, swelling of the head. Anyway, I'm still hanging in over there, but I go there just to see what's going on. They have a couple good rooms at night. He's rounding up a lot of investor types, venture capital people having forums. I think he's trying to trying to learn how to raise money.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll go teach them how to raise money. Maybe we'll go do a money bomb. You got to mute up.
Sorry.
We're getting a little feedback there, buddy. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we'll go do a money bomb over on Chatter. We'll essentially walk in. We'll open a room. Well, first of all, does everybody here have Chatter downloaded? Anybody?
Yeah, I got it.
Let me look. Let me double check if I'm still there. I don't even know.
You may, if it's been a while, you may need to just uninstall it and reinstall fresh.
Shit.
That's right, Johnny, man. I've been promised. I've been in the waiting line since that Nelson guy promised I'd be since day one, man. It still says, hold tight, or whatever it says. It's like, fuck, man. I mean, I don't give a fuck that much about it.
Is
You
there
don't have to wait for a special invite anymore. You can just download it off the App Store.
You can just download it now, Gringo, from the App Store.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up.
Okay, everybody do this. Everybody go download the app if you haven't done it. Well, actually, I take that back.
Uninstall any versions you have. Install it fresh.
Well, I was just able to log in, so it's good. Maybe you have to reinstall, whatever. But let's get one going. This weekend, we'll do a money bomb for John Kitover for Congress. And I would imagine that the people that are on Chatter will be thrilled to death that the app is being utilized for political campaigning. And we might even get some support from people that, that care about the country. Maybe there's people on that app that care about the fact that there's $37 trillion worth of debt. Maybe. Because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people on this app that care. The people that do care have already donated. John, how much money have we raised so far?
We've raised $1,100 in 48 hours for the campaign to elect John Kitover to Congress.
Maybe what we should do is issue a challenge to Chatter and say, hey, 48 hours over on Clubhouse, we were able to raise $1,100. Let's see if this app has a higher caliber of donor, and then maybe we can shame them and challenge them to give more money.
Well, have you seen how the rocket chat thing works? You can set like a goal amount. People can donate between $1 to $200, I think it is.
You have to pay $20 a month to be able to get rocket tips. If you're a free user, you can't get tips. You can tip others, but you have to be basically like a blue check mark. You have to be a plus member.
That's okay. That's okay. That wouldn't allow us to be compliant with FEC regulations anyway. So we're just going to have to be able to post a link for them to go to the website, and they're going to be able to donate. We need to track these things. We need to be legal and legit. This is about rule of law.
Yeah, and you'll save $20, and you'll get you'll get to keep the percentage of the money coming in as opposed to 50%, because 30% goes out the door to the App Store because it's an in-app purchase, and 20% goes to Chatter because they need the money.
That's brilliant, though. If we go in there and John, we money bomb John there, not through their rocket mortgage. I'm sorry, I'm just making that up. But the rocket tips, we do it through a Cash App or through whatever means to donate as is set up for John. They don't get a penny of it. We're using the app without them getting a penny. That's actually brilliant.
Why would they get penny of the donation?
I hear they're taking about, I don't know if this is true, but if I understood correctly, they take 50%. So if someone tips $200, you only get $100.
They stole that idea from Fanbase. That idea's been
right. That's correct. That's what they're doing.
But so here's the plan. We're gonna warm up to these things. We're gonna go to Chatter next, and we'll do one this weekend. We'll raise some money, then we'll wait a few days, and we'll do one on Fanbase, and we'll work our way up to a big splash that we'll do on Twitter Spaces.
That sounds like a plan. I have put in the chat. I put a link to the Antidote account if you want to donate right now. $5, $10, $100, $1,000. I know Brad. I was unable to convince him today, but Brad, I still hope you're going to join Team John to get to Congress.
No, I will not be donating to the Stolen Valor candidate that is trying to represent and steal funds from a PTR that he took offline from somebody else.
with your running is that I do appreciate that you want to give women $15,000, $20,000 to have a child, but what's the backup plan there? That money is used towards the child, that the woman doesn't just have a child, gets the money and sends her child to the front door of the fire department or the hospital. And
the alternative is going to an abortion provider and spending $15,000 to $20,000 there. We're spending $1 billion a month executing 60,000 children, and I just think that if the woman has an option, 20% of women would probably opt for the check instead of having an abortion. It's my opinion. Maybe it's controversial, but that's my opinion.
I would support you more if you didn't give money, period. If you want to have a child, but if you don't, you don't. But why are we giving money in the first place in that respect? You shouldn't have a kid if you need money. You shouldn't be having a kid. You should have money and be ready. And
I don't think you understand. The money's going to get spent. It's $1 billion a month. I'm saying take 20% of that and give people the option. And I think you'd be surprised. People want money. They need money, and they want to have babies. So if you want, ask the primary question: how much are we spending on abortion providers monthly and annually, and reverse engineer from there and take from there. No matter what your position is, I'm just saying, the money is flowing, so it's up to us to optimize the spend.
We do have a poll up, and it's an interesting result so far. I think as we get more votes, we'll see different results. Plus, this is it's not even 4 o'clock Pacific time yet, so we haven't really hit prime muff yet. So, for those of you that are here, we got 11 votes. Let's keep the votes coming in. Question is, what is? Oh, I'm sorry, I have a typo. I have to edit it. Am I able to edit it? Will they allow me? Hold on. Wonder if they'll let me.
Yes.
They will? How do they let me edit it? I want to, not my answer, I want to edit the question. I put, what is...
No, you gotta delete it.
Yeah, fuck! Alright, but it's better than having a fucking typo, especially after we just spent an hour and a half talking about education, and I can't even fucking get my goddamn words right. This is ridiculous. Alright. Don't be too hard on yourself, Mojo. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
It's because you've been a truant to my classes. Yeah, so it's 30% to the Play Store / App Store, 20% to Chatter, 50% to the intended recipient, and there's like a 30 to 60 day delay. They hold it in escrow or something.
Are you referring to the rocket system on Scatter?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm no expert on it. I sent my first one to somebody the other day just to see if it worked, and it did. Cost me $1 plus tax.
I have no problem saying this about Scatter and Nelson. Why does Nelson say let's talk about it? Shouldn't he say let's chat about it? Would that be more poignant to his app?
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
That's crazy to me. You should say let's chat about it instead of let's talk about it. Okay.
They used to have the slogan "Chatter to the Moon," and I tried to get them to change it to "Chatter to Uranus," and I had some images for it, but it just didn't catch on for whatever reason.
Did you say scatter?
That's great. That's hilarious.
Sean, did you say scatter, not chatter?
That's what I heard.
Yeah. I was inspired by a friend, called it Scatter, and I'm like, I like that. We should call it Scatter. That'd be actually, well, I'm not going to say names, but yeah, I give credit to someone else. That's not my original. I didn't come up with that.
I just want to say that, I am running for Congress. I am a Service Connect disabled veteran, and Brad has been roasting me quite vigorously this morning. And I gotta say, you can look at my 2 PTRs here. This John account is me standing with Ron Paul in Los Angeles, I believe in 2012, when I donated, I think, $400 or $600 to his campaign. And I was invited because I was a veteran, and I got to take a selfie with him. And then you can see my other profile there. That's me when I was, in 2005, getting commissioned at the Citadel Military College into the U.S. Army as an intelligence officer. So to claim otherwise, and plus I was honorably discharged. So if anybody wants to see my credentials, my DD-214, please come to me directly and don't rely on Brad's slanderous, libelous accusations.
John, you may need to go to the European Wax Center and get your chest waxed. Just saying, okay?
What about Uranus?
John, you being in the Army is almost as believable as that there's a guy out there that wants to actually let Bima do oral on him.
Oh dear Lord Jesus. It's sad when you've built your whole personality around just insulting others. I mean, like, could you imagine if Brad didn't stop insulting people, there would literally be nothing left. He would be nobody. He would be nobody. That's the only reason people like Brad. Is because he insults people.
Hold on. You guys might have got the wrong memo. This is the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience. You are welcome to participate as long as you're spreading good vibrations.
So why you cut me off when I got attacked first? Why didn't you why didn't you go to the root source?
Listen, I might be late to respond, but the response was important. Let's do this. Let's go around the room. We'll go in PTR order. We'll start with serendipity, and we'll just say something nice. Serendipity, go ahead. Just start. Oh, she got a phone call. Convenient. I will start us off then, and then we'll pass it around, and I will go in PTR order. I want to say something nice. I want to say that I'm impressed that people have come together this week to get together to read together. I think that was a shared experience that was very rewarding. They've gotten together to dig into their civic duty of giving money to a political campaign that they believe is going to help to change and make this world a little bit better of a place. And so I'm very proud of Clubhouse. I'm very proud of the people that come in the muff. And yes, I said come in the muff. So I'm very, very proud. NY, go ahead and tell us your positive things.
I just actually want to quote my favorite line from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, courtesy of Dr. Frankenfurter, and that is, don't dream it, be it.
All right. Rowan, do you have anything positive to say? I know you're in Australia. It might be a stretch, but sorry for doxing you. It's a big island, though. What do you think?
I haven't been doxed this morning, so this is a fresh start to the day. There's a beautiful saying, which is that I am perfectly imperfect, and that's perfect. And if we can all take that on and embody that, we can make the world a better place.
All right. I see some bumper stickers coming. Wallace, go ahead.
Hey, what's up? Good day, beautiful people. Let's see. I think it's great being fifth on stage in the muff. That's pretty cool. Also, I think we could get quite a bit of money to the campaign if we just get another bet going. Brad, you make that bet, we could probably get, $1,000 from Brad to the campaign. If you lose, we could probably get something going here and get some money from Brad. If I donate, it's anonymously, which I think that's great that you could donate anonymously if you care to. Not $9, $10, and not $11, but yeah, 10. So, yeah, fun stuff. Great day. Love you guys.
All right, I want to go back to serendipity. Do you have any positive vibes to share?
Positive vibes to share. I just want to tell everybody in this room, you are enough in the muff.
Thanks, babe.
I've been told that before as well.
You are enough.
Whose turn is it now? Timok?
No, John, it's
John.
yours.
Yeah.
John, it's your turn. Positive vibes in the muff.
So, I think you have to ask yourself, what is the source of all positive vibrations? And, right now, I am laying in the sun in my dining room. Excuse me, time out. Could you mute up, please? I'm laying in the sun in my living room, and I am absorbing super positive sunlight, vibrations. These are photons. And what's interesting about a photon is a photon still has mass. And what I like to think has mass is our words and what we think and what we say. They come out so quick, they disappear into the ether. They're a little bit like a photon, but I think our words have weight. And so, if you're conscious or self-aware, you're aware of what you're saying. And as a candidate congressman for the 16th District of Illinois and a Service Connect disabled U.S. Army veteran, I just want to say that positive vibrations are always now. That's the secret source. It's the NOW. And I hope right now you are relaxed, you are breathing, and you are at peace because, friction causes disharmony. And, negative speech, just like quoting RoboCop. I met Peter Sellers at Equinox. I met the RoboCop, and I said, "Are you him?" He says, "What do you mean?" I said, "Are you RoboCop?" He said, "I'm RoboCop." And I said, my dad was a cop for 30 years, and he used to quote you all the time. He said, "What was your dad's favorite quote?" I said, "Bad language makes for bad feelings." So if you remember that, and you are in control of your positive vibration, and you hold on to the center, you will always remember that, the way you treat other people is the way you want to be treated. And so if you speak with anger, you're going to create anger, and the feedback loop is always anger. So speak with peace, speak with love, speak with joy, and it just generally returns to you. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover from the 16th District of Illinois, sitting in the sun, wishing you all super positive vibrations.
Not bad. Bad feelings made for bad language.
Well, Timok, it is your turn. Share some positive vibrations.
Yeah. Wishing everybody an amazing rest of your year. If you want to have a good laugh, I have a film that's being re-released into theaters. They added 500 to 600 more theaters, but it starts October 19th at AMC, and I'll find out more about the other theaters that are releasing it this fall. It's called Last Dragon. You'll have a lot of fun, I guarantee it. Don't take yourself so seriously. Just have fun.
Awesome. I will be there. Brad, would you please share positive vibrations?
My positive vibration is that I changed my mind on the abortion stance. I think a lot more people like Bima should have been aborted.
Well, okay. Positivity is reigning supreme here in the month. Gringo, share your positive vibrations.
Yeah, man, I'm just a good person that loves good things.
Well, there's that.
Hey, man.
Okay. That was positive. It was positive vibration. I'm reciprocating your positive vibration. Very nice. Beth, positive vibrations?
Yeah, wake up tomorrow and be grateful for your day and be a little bit better than you were today. There you go.
All right. It rhymes. That was positive. Johnny, tell us your positive vibration.
Oh, chatter doesn't have bugs. They're just undocumented features.
Okay. We're fixing not only this app, we're fixing other apps as well, simultaneously. Well played, Johnny. Akima, can you share some positive vibrations? Akima going once. Akima going twice.
The sun came up again today, so we got another chance.
Okay. Joe B, positive vibrations. Uh-oh. Akima wasn't done. Akima, going back to you.
I thought I might have my bad.
All right, no problem. Joe B, go ahead. Positive vibrations.
I love that Anson opened this original discussion.
That's it.
I love it. Sean B, love to hear your positive vibrations.
Just remember, everyone, when in doubt, breathe out. When you're in the muff, enjoy the moisture, enjoy the ride, and slide. Love you.
Okay. Ashley, it's your turn. Positive vibrations.
When life sucks, there's always books to disappear in.
Books, otherwise known as the world's greatest external hard drive. We learned that here in the model. Marshall, positive vibrations.
I'm doing good. Didn't sleep, but about to go out of town tomorrow. Buddy of mine from married, so he's having his bachelor party.
All right. Well, those are the positive vibrations. We're going to try to minimize the negative vibrations. But sometimes you got to keep them vibrations coming. By Abby up here. We got a nice little poll going. Hopefully people are responding to the poll. For whatever reason, Matt Cool thought he was too good for the poll, hasn't responded yet. No pressure to Matt Cool. Beth is not responding. Gringo's not responding. Timok's not responding. Ro, Wallace is responding.
Did you just announce it, or did you announce it earlier?
The poll has been up for a while, and there's typically visual cues. All you have to do is look them up.
Nice guy. Where's that positive vibration?
Well, I'm positive I posted it.
Just a quick note, as you do your campaigning and fundraising, people like Rohan cannot give any money.
Yep, we're
aware of that.
Well aware of FEC regulations, and in fact, until $5,000 is collected, there's no need to even properly file all the paperwork. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But hey, you foreigners, you cannot give any money. We'll reject it.
Oh, so Rowan, you can't write that $10,000 check?
He might as well go ahead because it's all fraudulent from the get-go, and it's the biggest troll that's on this app right now.
So if you go to the antidote page, the rules on contributions are at the bottom, and Abby is correct. Rohan would not be allowed to contribute. Please read the rules before making
There's
any
a number
donation.
of people and a number of entities that can't contribute. It's pretty strict, the rules, the congressional rules. And I mean, the civil penalties can be substantial.
You mean like pretending you're a military veteran and soliciting funds under that name? The fact that you didn't even know what epaulets were and you called them pamphlets, which is absurd about your own uniform, and the fact you've never served as an officer, and then your PTR shows an E7 rank on your own fucking sleeves.
Brad, you did this earlier today, and when everything that you disputed, there was evidence to show that those claims were incorrect. We've shared links. We've shared links in the chat of his experience and time he spent at the Citadel. And at this point, I don't even understand what the criticism is, because you produced zero evidence to back up your claims, and you've been refuted with visual evidence as well as documented links that verify who John is and his background.
So let's see. He said he was a sergeant in the Army, then went to be an officer through the Citadel. Cap. Bullshit right there. That he was a butter bar for 4 years. Again, cap. Bullshit. Doesn't work that way. Also, the uniform that he has on, cap. Bullshit right there. It originally said kitchen. That's why it was changed. And now it says Kitover. So either he's faking taking a name and using somebody else's, or which again would be stolen valor because he's raising funds under that guy's, which you would be also part of that conspiracy to do that if you actually know or willingly knew that. And then that's a federal crime. I hate to tell you that. That comes with actual repercussions. And so if you are collecting favors or gratuity or funds and utilizing the image of a veteran, and you're doing it under the name of the veteran, and you have not served, that is stolen valor. So no,
This idiot, Edmund, who spends his day with 20 phones in front of him in his underwear and living off of lithium and playing fucking EDC in the background and thinking dubstep is going to make a comeback? No. This motherfucker, if he did serve, he was discharged because he was batshit crazy and he didn't go through the Citadel. He also couldn't even remember the first two sentences of the oath he took.
Well, hold on. You could Google John Kitover Citadel, and you can find
Okay, so why don't we bring up Rydell? She's got enough experience in the Army, and she's got contacts all the way through. She can go search this down, and she can go right down to the grit and make sure that who you're collecting funds for and this person on stage are the same person. We can do that game.
Yeah,
I'm just saying you take stolen valor and you're collecting money on it. That's a fucking problem I have. That's a line too far. I mean, you could actually continue to say Monica's a great looking girl, and no, that's not true. But I mean, stealing under a veteran's name, that kind of, it's shady. It's shitty.
But Brad, you making the claims that you're making and getting it proven to be untrue as it happened earlier today, I would just ask Abby. Abby, can you tell Brad what the consequences are for slandering somebody in such a way?
I mean, it's going to be a civil case, so it's whatever the damages are. That's, you know, it matters what state, it matters what the damages.
So if you were to slander somebody and make an erroneous claim that he is committing stolen valor, and the evidence is proven, and then after the evidence has been shown to continue to repeat these things, I don't think a court would look upon that very favorably.
Did Brad say it was his opinion?
No, he was stating
Brad,
it as
did you say it as an opinion? It's your opinion?
That is absolutely my opinion. Into it, this idiot, go ahead. But this is the biggest troll and scam that's going to go through. This reminds me of all those early Clubhouse days where people paid for fucking courses on real estate, how to get rich. This is grifting. This is bullshit. You don't believe me? You could go ask Brian. You could go ask a number of people who are like, yeah, this is a completely crackpot made up fucking troll.
You know, Brad, Abby is trying to help you by suggesting.
The part that pissed me off is the fact that you're using a soldier that's not you, and you're playing some bullshit game. Again, even under your Ballotpedia photo, you put an enlisted uniform on and then said, yep, that's my photo when I graduated OCS. You didn't.
John, is that your uniform? Or is it photoshopped? Or like?
No, that's my uniform. That's my commissioning ceremony. So
absolutely your. Okay, do you still have it?
100%. That's me.
So you still have it?
Go to John Kitover on Instagram.
Do you still
no,
have?
I don't have the uniform anymore.
You don't have the uniform.
I didn't see it.
Why not? No. How come?
Well, you know, I unfortunately went through a purge at an apartment. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of.
You got rid of your uniform.
Yes, that's right.
But you kept on. Hang on, but you held in your position. You hold 50.
That is very unusual.
You actually use phones. Hang on, John, hang on.
One person. Agree, Brad.
Wait a second. Yeah. Wait a second. Thank you. Cool. So you decide to be able to purge your uniform, yet you still have 52 mobile phones.
I don't have my Citadel uniform either.
I find that really interesting.
I hate to tell you, but I'm not.
I hate to tell you this too.
I'm not on order, and I'm not holding out the uniform.
No. John, you're not going to talk over me, man. Sorry. It's not going to work here. It's part of the rules. You really should check them out. And we're here for good vibes in the month, okay? I'm just highlighting that I find it incredible. Hang on. No, Mojo. Let me just highlight this just very briefly. It is nuts that this guy has 52 cell phones, okay, but doesn't get his uniform.
Real quick, I'm going to jump in. Listen, if you guys don't like the amount of electronics that somebody possesses, that's totally your opinion. But when somebody is making a claim that a person's identity isn't their identity and trying to slander them, that you could be held liable for that. This is why we have rules around slander. And the fact is that if anybody in this room wanted to take more than like 35 seconds to Google it or Grok it or GPT it, you can find out what his record is. The fact is that the people that are making these accusations, all they want to do is create negative content on this app It's not it's not based in any fact. There was a claim made that the uniform didn't say Kitover, and then everybody that was in the room fucking blew up the photograph.
Because you guys corrected it.
Incorrect. You and
the left
Adam
name said kitchen on it.
That's what you said.
2 years ago.
That's what you claim. That's what you claim. It's not true.
Oh, okay, I don't give a shit. This idiot, this fucking moron, this fucking idiot from fucking Chicago who literally spends his entire day trying to record rooms and does nothing else.
He's not trying to.
And who doesn't get Fruit of the Loom underwear and thinks somehow this idiot is going to run, who's now trying to solicit funds under a veteran. Again, I'm calling Cap. He can't even explain his own fucking uniform. He can't even determine an enlisted man's uniform from an officer's uniform. And apparently neither can you.
Well, Hakima originally.
Hold on. I just want to say this. The interesting thing about this is that there are recordings of all of these rooms.
Then play them.
I want to explain something. They don't have to be played here. There's recordings of them. And if people are lying, if people are committing slander, or if somebody was crazy enough to lie about their background and file under a fake name and use fake photos, all of those things can be punishable by law. So here's the thing. You guys believe whatever. Anybody can believe whatever they want. You could also go Google things and you could do research rather than just creating content on here. But the fact remains is that with these truth claims that are being made, either John could get himself in a lot of trouble, or Brad could get himself in a lot of trouble. In either way, I would just say that before the people that are going to make judgment calls based on who they like on the app more, maybe you might want to do just a little bit of research so you don't end up making your fool out of yourself, considering that this is being recorded. It's being live streamed. The FBI can have access to all of this. Any court in America can have access to this, and people are talking freely about their claims. One person is claiming to have a background in the military and he's running for Congress. Another person is saying that that's a lie. One of those two things is true.
Quick question, Mojo, sort of have you and John, I'm very curious about this evolution because just a few weeks ago, you were John's biggest target. He has a catalog of you and many of us talking shit about you. Have you reached some type of detente or agreement? Why is this happening? Why are you boosting him so hard?
Well, I've spoken about this multiple times, and I'm glad you brought it up because it's a good thing to bring up. If there's anybody on this app that should be critical of John, it's me. There's nobody that's been who's had more profiles made in their name, streamed on live in my name. I have been the target of his streaming more so than any of you on this app. So I have more reason to say, hey, what the hell are you doing, man? Some of you are a little more fragile than I am, but that's a whole different story. The reason for the change of heart, because I used to think, what an asshole, like without consent, this is a dick move. But then Clubhouse, with their wisdom, they changed the rules. What Clubhouse did, whether you guys recognize it or not, and by the way, anybody could always be recording these rooms. You should assume that a screen record can happen on any room at any time. So if anybody thinks that the hate speech that they use in other rooms, and there's people that are on this stage that are guilty of saying things that are fucking highly illegal to say, and there's recordings of, and they're among the ones that like to do the finger pointing the most. But what I will say is that Paul and Rohan, what they did was they created an option where people can come into the room anonymously, stripping the moderator of the ability to remove them from the room. So when that happened, I no longer had the ability to toss people out of the room that were streaming the rooms. So I had to do this thing called face reality. And this is something that maybe everybody in this room might want to look up in Facing Reality and reconcile that sometimes you have to accept the world the way it exists. And so with this world in which it exists, we're on this app. This room is being streamed, whether you like it or not, and it has been whether you liked it or not for quite some time. I no longer have control. John can tell you how many times I've had his accounts clipped, how many times I removed him from the room, how many times I've told him my critiques of what he's doing. But no longer do I have that. The app itself that I voluntarily, just like all of you voluntarily choose to log in and participate in. You guys are in this room knowing it's being recorded, and you guys are here. So that is consent, whether you believe it or not. In a courtroom, that would hold up as consent because nobody's making any secrets about whether or not it is being recorded. You are being recorded. I'll repeat it. You're being recorded and you're being streamed, and you have since the day you got on this app. By the way, the app itself records you. So if you don't like being recorded, you probably shouldn't be on the app. So why have I changed my mind? The reality is what John was doing, while annoying, is perfectly within the rules of what this app wants people to do. In fact, they designed a premium payment for people to pay. They get to pay to be able to have this feature. So they're monetizing being able to offer this feature to people like John. So if you have a complaint about this, you should talk to Paul and Rohan. Those are the ones that created this feature. So then once I accepted it, I had to go, well, now this is the world that I have to live in, rather than pretend that this is not the world. I wanted to go back and look at some of the content that he was streaming. And what I found was rooms with actual terrorists they were plotting terrorist plots, as well as conducting recruitment in terms of sex trafficking. You guys might be aware of those rooms. Maybe you're unaware of those rooms. But this is a service that John is providing that streams it, and all of you do-gooders, all of you anti-terrorist activists, you guys can look at this and go, wait a minute, here's somebody that is being able to stream and expose terrorists on this app, and you can now work with him to do something about it, or you can complain because you think it's a nuisance because he streamed and did something that the app actually wants him to do. I'll go ahead and just mute up right now, but if you guys want to get self-righteous about your right to privacy, you guys can stick it.
Well, I just got to say, that's one of the greatest endorsements I've had yet for the campaign to elect candidate congressman to the 16th District of Illinois. And yes, I am a Service Connect disabled veteran. I finished as a second lieutenant at Fort Huachuca, where I was medically disabled for an injury. I served in the Army National Guard from 2002 to 2006. That's March of 2002 to August 2026. So get it right.
How can we check that?
Oh,
I believe you, by the way, John.
Thank you, Jane. I thank you for the support. But don't just
I don't support your
Send $1 to the campaign. Jane, what's $1? What's $10?
I'm going to give you $18 today. I really need it. $18. You know.
The link is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. It's also in my profile. But, I just want
Brad,
to say, I'm having a super positive vibration right now. Listen, Brad is not the authority on my identity, on my life. Brad is an online social road rager who said yesterday, I don't even want to repeat what he said to you, Jane, so let me just sit here in my super...
Oh, please don't.
I'm going to mute up. I'm sitting in the sun experiencing a super positive vibration, and I'm just going to go on mute. And anybody, I'm going to stay on mute and meditate for 10, not 11. 10, not 9 minutes. Here we go. I'm going into a meditation, a deep, positive vibration meditation. Here we go. Hitting the mute button now.
Deep, positive vibration is an actual vibrator shoved up your ass, because that's about the only
John, before you go into your meditation, can I ask you a question regarding your upcoming election or trying to get on the ballot?
10 minutes.
You still there, John, or are you meditating?
Hey, Brad, when have you ever provided evidence that John isn't a veteran?
He said he's an officer, right? Go to Ballotpedia right now. Go pull up that and tell me what uniform is on that individual soldier that he used. He said he was an E5 in the Army, and then all of a sudden he now just told you he was in the National Guard, and he graduated as a, what was it, a lieutenant colonel, second lieutenant?
What's the first part of the name of National Guard, Brad? What's the first part of that name? What's it called? What's the first word? The 3-word. There you go. There you go. There you go. You got it, Brad. You figured it out, buddy.
You're not retarded? Are you really that retarded?
Literally fucking Army National Guard.
Leslie, are you ass clapping?
No, this is
no, just Brad. Like just. It's one thing to say that he's not the rank or that he's not an officer. Like he's not, an officer. That's one thing. It's another thing to then say that he never fucking served, that he's not a veteran.
Maybe he was just exaggerating, huh?
Yeah.
Still stolen valor.
You know what troubles me is
You can say stolen valor. You can't say that he's not a veteran.
You know what troubles me is that if he served and that you actually got rid of your uniform, like I don't know any person who served that got rid of their uniform.
Hey,
That's been, I don't think, Sean, that you've actually talked to a lot of people that have served.
So there's
I know
a lot
plenty of
like,
people that got rid of their uniforms. Many actually.
Take turns. Again, so like this whole
Fucking no, man. Wow, I hate swearing. Can we just have one mic at a time?
I was talking. Hey, she can't shut up. That's her problem. Her rich. It's the same people with the same problem. They should, in between whatever they have.
Nobody wants to hear your bullshit.
But I'm just going to sit there and say this. Again, if he's claiming to be an officer in the National Guard, they're rich because you're retarded. He cannot say he went to the Citadel and spent 8 years doing all this. He also said he was enlisted, but that uniform that he was showing, which is an enlisted man's uniform, he says that's what he got when he graduated the Citadel. So no, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And yes, if you claim you're an officer, just like the idiots that walked around this app and all said they were fucking SEALs and that they were Delta Force fucking Rangers with SEAL Team 10s, all of those motherfuckers, that's still stolen valor. Because guess what? You cannot fucking represent yourself in a more glorious light, if you will, while soliciting funds. It is still a federal crime.
That doesn't mean that those people aren't veterans, you fucking idiot. That's the whole point. You shouldn't have used that word. You should have said he's not a veteran.
Well, yeah, if you spent 4 years in the military and left, maybe you don't want to hold on to your uniform because you pussified out.
Yeah, I'm on welfare. Don't have a fucking job. Yeah, that's exactly it, Brad.
They didn't have a room, have a whole room about it and actually report you.
I had to break my meditation. A lot of accusations are being thrown.
No, it's because I threatened to dox fucking King Solomon because he said, nigga, hail Hitler. That's all.
How messy.
That was a quote.
Hey, Brad.
Still unacceptable.
No. We've already went through this serendipity about Monica making quotes.
One mic. Hey, Brad. If what you're saying is true, I think one mic.
Guys, what's the background noise? What's going on? Timac, is that you or is it somebody else?
No, Moose muted up. He muted up.
Yeah, thanks. Go.
Yeah. No. Hey, Brad. You've laid it out. At this point, you did what you're supposed to do, and you laid out what you were saying, and let everybody else sit with it. And
I agree, Timac. I would. Like you guys want to donate. You gave over $1,000. Like I mean, it's not the worst thing. People gave like $100,000 on an app. You morons like Rich, like Bima, like others that fucking ran little fucking scams. Like, go ahead, give your money. I'm just telling you, he's not going to
any money.
He's not going to win. He's not running, and he's soliciting funds.
I didn't give any money either. Dude,
I don't believe John's actually running for Congress. I think it's just a troll.
Shut up and believes it's crazy.
I wondered about that because I've seen him on the app so long, or it just isn't. And I'm not into politics. I'm learning. I'm coming into this room. I'm learning. But what does a congressman do? They go out and they raise funds. Isn't this what they do? They knock on doors. What do they do, Brad? What do they do, guys?
People are not trying to raise funds or campaigning. You have to knock on doors to get elected. You actually have to have town halls. You have to have meetings. You have to meet your constituents. This motherfucker Nicholas.
You're breaking up. Is it just me? Is it just me?
No, he's in the Matrix really bad.
No, you just
hang
it on
The Holy Spirit hates him.
Fuck your Holy Spirit.
Hey guys,
So the whole idea, Timac, is that they're supposed to represent their constituencies to fight for both federal dollars and appropriations and projects that exist within their area, as well as to represent the people on a national scale. However, you don't win on here. There's been many people who have ran campaigns on Clubhouse saying, I'm going to win, I don't know, Texas 5th fucking ward, and they fucking fail because guess what? They campaigned on fucking Clubhouse. You actually have to go to doors. You actually have to talk to people. You have to have town halls, and you have to actually have a platform. This idiot who spends his time with 20 phones in his underwear is not campaigning. He's not running for anything. And the only part that pissed me off about this troll is the fact that they were using a military service. If they'd have done anything else, I would have just played along with it and laughed my ass off. But because you're using a veteran, which will trigger a lot of other people who are service-related, service-connected, to donate, that part pissed me off. And Roger knows better than that because, again, I hold him and Edmund in the same category. This is bullshit. This is crap.
Wait, John, did you serve in the military? Or did you go to the Citadel or not? Paging John Kitover.
Thank you, Rich. I'd be happy to reply to that question and completely refute what Brad is doing here. I graduated from the Citadel in 2005 as a second lieutenant in the United States Army National Guard Military Intelligence. That was my commissioning, and you can see, is it in my other profile? Yep, go to the other John profile on stage. That's John Kitover, aka me. And that is my commissioning ceremony. That's when they put the butter bars, those juicy, delicious gold butter bars on my appetites. And in the front of that Class A uniform, which is not a enlisted soldier's uniform, it's Class A. I think everybody has the same Class A's. And so, as you can see there, that is a military intelligence insignia on the front part of my left breast.
Wait, so you're saying you were enlisted first and then you went through OCS?
No, I did what's called the SMP, Simultaneous Membership Program. I did infantry school at Fort Benning in the summer of June to August of 2001. And then I was a PFC, then a specialist, then a sergeant in the South Carolina Army National Guard. And upon graduation from the Citadel, I was commissioned as a second lieutenant into the Illinois U.S. Army National Guard as a military intelligence officer. I worked on 18th Street here in Chicago, where we studied interrogations, linguistics, and then I went to officer basic school at Fort Huachuca, Arizona for U.S. Army Military Intelligence. While I was on duty serving this country patriotically in the deserts of Arizona, marching up and down mountains, watching illegal aliens cross the border, I was injured and I was medically discharged in August of I hope you guys are recording, in August of 2006. I am complete.
What was the injury, John?
Everybody, this is just a bunch of hypnosis.
Hold on.
This is a bunch of hypnosis.
Hold on. What was the injury, John?
Listen, I'm sitting in a super positive vibration, and I don't want to violate my health, medical information, privacy.
It's obviously a head injury. It was a head injury.
Mental or physical?
No problem.
It's physical.
It sounds pretty genuine. So, John, this is all on a positive.
No, that's all bullshit. You can't do that. But, okay, military intelligence at the highest level in the National Guard. Yeah, you keep believing that one.
Maybe an intelligence and not muscle.
Brett, what was your military service? I was just a bosun mates in the Navy, nothing more.
Enlisted, or did you go up?
Enlisted.
You didn't go up through the Merchant Marine Academy?
I didn't need to go to the Merchant Marine Academy. I just needed to go out and get my Coast Guard papers and then sign up as a sailor and then graduate. Well, take the course and pass those back in my day to get my mate's pay license so I could sail on ships over 600,000 gross tons.
Yeah, so John, how do you, because Brad was explaining how a congressman traditionally, runs for Congress, right? How do you do it? Because you're constantly on.
I'm doing it right now. It's 2025. We're on a social audio conference call known as Clubhouse. It's a chat app, and this is how people organize.
Notice that the year he
Brad, let him finish.
Oh, Mike, I just want you to know, Pay attention to the years, because the years keep changing every time he graduates or goes to a base. He keeps flip-flopping the years back and forth. So apparently, I mean, he keeps graduating the Citadel every fucking year since 2005.
Yeah, I got you. I wanted him to ask the question. Let him answer, please. John, can you answer that?
Listen, I graduated the Citadel 20 years ago in 2005. What is your question, Tamak?
Yeah. So Brad laid out, because I don't know a lot about politics, right? I'm not an actor and martial artist. What is the Brad laid out a process for traditionally what a congressman would, or somebody running for Congress, what his in and out day looks like, knocking on doors, raising money. I see you on Clubhouse a lot. How do you go through your day? What do you do to get?
Well, you just said knocking on doors, raising money. What do you think we're in? We're in a house. You got to knock on doors and rooms and houses, and we are raising money digitally. But right now, I'm sitting in the sun tanning and campaigning at the same time, causing all kinds of gossip and controversy. I think I might be doing a pretty good job. What do you think, Time Out?
Okay, I'm just asking. I have no idea. Raising $1,000 is peanuts, so I don't think it's a good job, to tell you the truth. So, it's been what? How many days? How long have you been running for Congress or trying to raise money?
Listen, I'm going to take a break from answering any further questions for the next 10 minutes and continue my meditation.
You go do that. That's no problem.
Here's my thing, though, and I'm not gonna shade John's political endeavors at all, because I don't know this man personally. But I will say this, and I've said this to John. He might have in a previous In the Muff's room. He may not remember when I said I will not be surprised if a year from now, if John releases some sort of documentary about his journey on Clubhouse and recording all of us and his journey in politics, some sort of Borat-style mockumentary, and that this was all a joke and all, just his journey, him documenting the experience of trying to run for Congress and all the red tape and the political hooplas that he has to jump over, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying John is trolling us and that he's faking it, but I won't be surprised if we find out this has all been one troll social experiment for some sort of mockumentary about John's life.
Hey, and now, you know what? You better get in line. You better get in line. You better get in line, because there are a lot of people on here that do that. Not in this chat particularly, but around here that have been pitching these types of mockumentary things about Clubhouse. But
I just want to make sure that
like they said in the chat, you nailed it.
I just want to make sure if I'm featured in the documentary that I'm invited to the premiere. That's it. That's all I ask.
I'll be your date.
Right on. It's a deal.
Well,
yeah. No, you read my mind. Oh, so go ahead.
Do it in New York.
Ashley, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, like if he's running in Illinois, how is being in here campaigning when I haven't ran into a lot of Illinois residents? Like I think there's only been like 2 or maybe 4 on the entire app.
Scam.
Yeah. So you'd be getting 4 voters, and most of them are not even in the district.
So I got a question for Brad, because I'm seeing multiple people putting in the chat that they've searched John online, finding legitimacy on random articles, even mentioning that he is in fact running. So aside from what he's saying and critiquing like maybe some mistakes, I'm not a military guy. I'm not even going to try to understand warranting if somebody is lying or not, but I guess, have you done search yourself, Brad? Because other people are finding searches that say otherwise to your view.
He used the same photo 3 years ago, 2 years ago. He was running around the app pretending he was a veteran. A bunch of veterans caught on to his shtick and booted him out. And that was back when you could actually ban him. So dipshit had to go buy another phone in order to get back on Clubhouse. There was a whole rigmarole, Moose. I'm sure you remember that. This is Edmund, mind you. This is fucking retarded Edmund who takes too much lithium and does cocaine and does in his underwear on Instagram thinking people want to see him. This moron went through and pretended this. He used the same photo of a veteran online, and he got it, and he got called out. And it wasn't called out by me. Back in the day, in season 1, there was a huge, massive group of veterans on this app. There was maybe 50 to 100,000 strong on this app alone of veterans who would come in and out. That's how powerful they were. They'd hold rooms and kick people out. The guy who checks the seals, there's a whole bunch of, they would do checks on each other. They would verify. You had to actually get verified just to go in some of the rooms. Because if you didn't, you weren't there. This dipshit tried it. He tried to pull it off and pretend he was a SEAL. He said he was better than Chris Kyle. He was the one that he trained Chris Kyle with it. Which, again, that's a whole different fucking thing. So he uses this guy's thing. Then he changed his whole stick. And now you have Roger and him doing a troll. I don't know for what purpose, but please don't give your money. And again, he can't do it. He said he served from 2002 to 2005 or whatever it is, or 2005 to 2008. He's not going to have butter bars for 4 years. He's not going to be military intelligence in the fucking National Guard. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys, but you can go ahead. And the fact that this scam is basically him copying somebody, and all he did was go on Ballotpedia and put his name in and register it, which I guess apparently there have been complaints, because if you dive a little bit further, there's actually some complaints. And the fact that you're actually soliciting, John, funds, utilizing an image and a person that's not you, and you're sitting there saying, oh, this is all me, this is what I do. Okay, fine and good. Well, once you hit a certain mark, that becomes federal, and I think it's actually criminal now, because you take 1 penny, and I think Trump signed that into law in his first term, and I think Biden left that one. So I'm pretty sure that a whole lot of people will actually probably go out to Chicago and come looking for you and saying, hey, you're collecting money on behalf of veterans. It's kind of shitty. And again, I don't have any smoke. I know what John looks like.
Wait, what documents or paperwork would he have to provide for you, Brad, to shut the fuck up?
He'd have to provide the effect that you actually were able to get.
No. We're just asking, like, what documents do you want to see? Because he's already offered to give up his discharge papers.
I don't think he has them. I think he poached them online.
He said, I will send my discharge papers to anybody on here. He's open about, he has his fucking address, his phone number, and his full fucking legal given name on his fucking profile.
Excuse me,
like, you don't think he'll send you his discharge papers?
Piece of shit.
No, because you're just being fucking stupid. Initially, you said that he wasn't initially, hold on, initially you said that he wasn't a veteran, and then you changed it and said, oh, now it's...
Yeah, we're not going to do this, guys. Nye, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I was just saying, we need 1 mic. Everybody can
No, hang on. I
please,
got it.
1
Okay,
mic.
thanks. Great, we've got 1 mic here.
Okay, cool.
Bro, you don't have to yell at me.
No, I wasn't yelling. I was trying to talk, and you were talking over me. I was talking to Nye. Nye, would you like to take from here?
No, I don't need to say anything. Go. Yeah, no, it's all good.
So initially you said he's not a veteran, then you changed it to stolen
Hey,
valor.
Rich, I think you're still a
it's just
fucking
fucking
moron.
stupid,
Again,
right?
you got called out for unemployment. You got called
I
out
didn't call you
scamming
called
on
out
the
for
app
unemployment.
on that shit. And again, I don't take words from people who scam. You're one of them too. You're just up there with them. You got called out in a room, and people actually reported you to the Texas unemployment office because you were scamming that shit. Like you were scamming welfare, you fucking reject.
Brad, do you notice like all the people that you have grievances with? That there's a common
Ashley's
denominator.
on this stage, right? Ashley, what did Rich get called out for?
There's a common denominator, Brad.
He was doxing Solomon and he doxed Mike.
Hey, y'all know.
No, I said that I could dox Solomon if I wanted to.
Yeah.
I never actually doxed anybody. Maybe Solomon even conceded.
That was the discussion though.
I
Like,
know.
that was the
Solomon
discussion,
even
the doxing
conceded
of
that I
Mike,
did
the
not
doxing of-
dox him because his full legal name was on his Twitter account. That's his Twitter fucking name, is his full legal name, and he had it attached to his Clubhouse profile. And because I used his full name, they're like, he doxed him, and I'm like, his Twitter account is literally his full legal name. Like, that's his fucking Twitter name. You know,
Yeah,
stupid
but
it is.
untilism, like using somebody else's PTR, like they.
Bro, actually, if my Twitter account had my full legal name and I had it attached to my Clubhouse, and you said my fucking Twitter fucking bio name, that would not be doxing. You would just be literally reading what I put on there. Like, it would be no different than me putting my entire fucking name in my bio and then being like, oh, that's doxing because somebody read it. Like, this is so stupid.
We're not talking about the legal definition.
And that's what Solomon conceded. So the question put to Solomon was, did Rich dox you? And he went, well, technically no, because I explained, hey, his fucking Twitter has his full name. It's literally at fucking his name.
But that was kind of the whole reasoning behind it.
No, it wasn't.
I'm not saying you did it. I'm not saying you did it, Rich. Rich, I'm not saying you did it. Good Lord, man. I'm saying that was the discussion. That's why they dropped you.
That's why he gets booted out of rooms.
Okay, can I just say really quickly, please? Can we just have one mic? Can y'all not talk over each other because it's difficult for folks in the audience to hear everyone's submission, and it sounds like a lot of noise on the stage. So please, just one mic.
Wait. Also had other people on the stage trying to contribute, and they can't really get a word in edgewise because everybody wants to talk all over themselves. So let's go back to the house rule and not interrupt each other.
Wait, quick question to Baby in the chat. Is Nye McGee the new Jasmine? Baby, who is Jasmine? I'm curious. Who's Jasmine?
Oh, you don't want to know, Nye.
Timeout. I don't care if you donate to Dr. Jasmine.
Right, it's time off.
Timeout. I'm sorry, dude. I don't care if you donate. Donate away. I'm just letting you know.
No, I'm not donating.
This is a troll, and like idiots like Rich. If idiots like Rich are supporting it, you should fucking run.
I've never donated a penny to the man. I don't even think he's really running for Congress. I think it's a troll. But I'm not gonna say he wasn't a fucking veteran. Like, if you want to say stolen valor, that's fine. But I'm saying, if he's willing to prove to you that he was in the fucking military, and you're like, well, I won't accept any of it. It's like, it's fucking stupid. If he's like, hey, man, I'll send you my discharge papers right now, that would prove that he was in the service.
Guys, let's respect the room. They just asked us one mic. So, Serendipity Nairo, do you want to reset the room to have change the discussion? Because I think it's, what do you guys want to do?
I just want to say right now, I'm so curious. Baby said, am I the new Jasmine? I asked, who's Jasmine? Somebody in the chat said, she's a bitch. And I'm thinking, oh, that's curious. So he heard my voice and thought of a bitch on the app. Great. Resetting the room.
No. That's not what I meant.
Okay, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, everybody, PTR. I just took a photo of my military identification card from when I was a second lieutenant, everybody. PTR.
So, guys, this is sliding into the month.
That's not his tag card. He got that offline.
Hold on, guys. Let me just reset real quick. This is an after party to the education discussion we had earlier with Anson.
Thank you for your service, John.
Although I feel like
John Zachary on the fucking ID, you idiot.
I'm just amazed that I can't.
Shit.
It says John Zachary Kitover.
Nice talking, guys.
Hey, John.
No, I'm going to let the angry one have it. Go ahead, Brad.
Again, Brad was wrong.
Sorry for your
When a narcissist starts doing crazy making shit.
It's not him. It's not fucking him.
Okay, everybody, PTR. I just posted my Service Connect disabled card from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, where it says VA Healthcare Enrollee Service Connected. There you go, Brad. I hope you're having a great day.
Brad, he's kind of...
What do you got for that, Brad? Fucking dunking on you, Brad. Step up, Brad.
Yeah, I just also
Feel free
confirmed
to issue an apology
I bet you feel like
and
a
I
piece
won't
of shit, Brad.
libel or slander. It's that easy.
I
sorry right
also-
now. I'll forgive you right now, Brad.
I also just
Say
confirmed.
sorry. Look at my PTR. That's it. PTR. Refresh the page, Brad, and issue your apology now.
One mic. Who's that talking? One mic on the congressman, please. Let Congressman speak. One mic. Go ahead, and then we'll go to the next.
Yo, John, we don't see the card, the second one.
It's on his other
We saw it.
Oh, his
It's
other
there.
profile.
It looks very legit.
He's got like 3 or 4 profiles on the stage, so Pull the refresh and you'll see it.
So I have a genuine question for John. So
I see now.
Again, I'm gonna you say your military provided
Hold on,
cars.
I'm not going to answer any more questions. I'm taking a break as I bask in the glory of this one-up over Brad. Look at the PTRs closely, everybody. Screenshot them if you must. But I assure you, I am a veteran, and Brad has spent the whole day libeling and slandering me. I am complete. I'm going back to meditate.
John, my
Look
question
at
is
PTR.
not that you're
What does your analysis say, Brad?
Brad, you know why I stand up for him? Because I know him off the app, you fucking idiot.
Enough of the name calling, guys. Come on, let's.
I know.
Oh, Rich, well, wait, Rich, you know John off the app, so he's legit.
Yeah, I literally fucking text message and talk on the phone all the fucking time.
I would just like to point out, though, that Rich just said 5 minutes ago, I don't know if he's really running for Congress, but I do know him.
Well, if his name is really John Kitover, I can tell you that I have confirmed by the Federal Election Commission. There is a guy named John Kitover. I'm looking at the information right now, registered in the District 16 Republican Party, and everything is official. It is.
Yeah, he used to also own a bunch of marijuana dispensaries in the Chicago area. Chicago.
And this is directfec.gov website, y'all.
Hey, look, if Beto O'Rourke can be active in Texas, I mean, everything's possible.
Can we hear a formal
apology from Brad?
Yeah, let's hear a formal apology from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Rich, I think you should go back to and no, not give it.
Oh, you're the Matrix again.
Recording 75 different people's conversations without really them knowing. It doesn't really build trust, which a lot of voters actually kind of care about.
Well, guess what I'm doing? It's a duplicate. The Digital Surveillance Act, they're already recording your conversations on top of Clubhouse recording your conversations. So I'm just trying to save the voters money. Duh.
No, so John, I think guys got this. Like, you can't possibly be running. And anyone, you seem legit as a veteran, but if you're really going to debate in that fashion, it doesn't make any sense for someone to put all their energy into recording random conversations versus actually going out and helping the community of which you're running for in the district.
Yeah, it's for a mockumentary, and that's cool, John. I support your mockumentary. I want to add one little another request to when the mockumentary comes out. Not only do I want an invite to the premiere, as you may or may not know, I've worked in the entertainment business for the past 20 years. Half of that time I worked as a celebrity news reporter. So I want at least dibs on when you do your big media blitz tour, please consider me for an interview. That's what you can do for using my likeness and image in your social experiment.
I just wanna mention that if a dog named Buddy the dog can win and be the fucking mayor of Rapidash, Kentucky,
right?
John Kitover, yeah, that's my hometown area. That within 20 miles of there. And it was actually my cousin's best friend's dog who actually won. Buddy the dog won as the mayor, and then they had a potbelly pig and a donkey and a rabbit and all that kind of shit. They did fundraisers for it. So if that can fucking happen, then John Kitover could fucking register to run for Congress. Doesn't mean he's actually gonna fucking win. So who cares?
But can y'all please explain to me who's Edmund? Y'all call him John and Edmund. Who the hell's Edmund?
He used to go Edmund on the app.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh shit, Keegan's here.
It refers to a street.
Say something.
Don't ask him about Elon Musk.
Say something.
We're still waiting for an apology. I mean, stolen valor claims are very serious and illegal. So I wish we could get to the bottom of the apology.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Brad's apology.
Yeah, we're all.
Wait. I'm gonna give it to Rich and Keegan. These two guys, didn't Keegan try to hold the room saying I wanted to rape his 2-year-old daughter and then fucking ran from that? Yeah, like Ritz and Keegan are the models that I'm going to. Here's something I'm going to tell you both to go fuck yourself. And you know what, Keegan? When your wife gets back, have her come visit me because you know what? I'm sure she's going to be tired after having that many dicks in the African continent.
Hey, Brad, real talk. Keegan has a direct saying.
Now is probably a good time
wife,
to read
bro.
the house rules.
Keegan said that.
One mic on serendipity, please. She's about to remind everyone of the house rules, please.
Number one, no threats of violence. Number two, no doxing. Number three, stay on topic. Number four, keep your shares brief. Number five, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number six, mods may interject when appropriate. Number seven, the N and the K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number eight, don't spam the chat. And that, number seven includes quotes. Number nine, do not bring drama in here from other rooms. Number 10, English only. Number 11, keep families out of your mouth. And number 12, no speaking while eating. There we go.
So I just want to say something that's really interesting. Like John, he's awesome. He's an incredibly intelligent dude, and whether or not it's a joke, it's interesting how irritable he's making everyone who thinks it's a joke. He doesn't sound irritable at all. He doesn't sound over dramatic, over erratic. He sounds pretty intelligent. So it's kind of interesting. John.
Hey, real quick question, John, if you're there, are you able to post a picture of you in your ceremonial Citadel fucking uniform, the one that you all wear for graduation? Thank you very much.
So, John, can you please tell us what the meaning of psycholinguistics is?
So, dude, your idea of intelligent is when I asked him why he's recording all these rooms, hypothetically, that if he was asked that in a debate, his response was, well, I'm saving, people money and time, taxpayers' money. That gives intelligence to you?
Look,
Guys, recording our outrage and our reactions and our hesitations to believe him is part of the social experiment. We're all co-stars and leading characters and guest stars of the social experiment. So our individual rage and opinions and reactions, this is all part of the project. We are non-scripted, non-union performers. Don't we get it yet? Haven't we figured this out? At least that's what I'm going on. John, again, no disrespect. As far as I'm concerned, you are legitimately running an honest campaign. But again, just to reiterate, I will not be mad nor shocked if we find out a year from now it was all one big trolley mockumentary social experiment.
People who give him money may disagree.
Just for the record, I'm union.
And that's right, I'm
Thank you for your service. Of course, we thank the people who serve for our country, so thank you.
Sorry, Ty-Mike, that was my bad. What did you say?
I said non-union. I said it's just for the record. I'm union.
Yeah, Todd's the one legitimate, true, real actor on this stage, so I have to remind myself that he is legitimate. The rest of us are just unknowingly reality co-stars in John's wonderful experiment that he's conducting here on Cloud House.
Hey, John, I have a real
But
question.
nothing takes away from his intelligence, right? Nothing anybody said takes away from his intelligence.
Dude, I'm gonna drop bombs real quick. Hey, John, could you please just click on my PTR or pull to refresh? Click on my image and tell me what that is a picture of.
That's me with General Grinolds of the U.S. Army, graduating the Citadel and getting my diploma as a regimental major. Hooah!
Oh, shit!
John, how much money do you raise specifically from Clubhouse?
Worth $510.
$510, okay.
That's the only thing that bugs me, John, because it's no money. I don't get it.
Gotta start somewhere, Timok. One step forward becomes a billion steps. The acorn becomes the tree. The micro becomes the macro. Where is your faith? All I hear are complainers.
What's your goal? What's your goal?
How do you
One mic.
Are you just retired?
Yes, they keep talking about your intelligence. $900. Come on.
Well, let me make another demonstration of intelligence and go back to meditating silently for the next 10 minutes.
But John, what do you do for a living? Are you just retired and just at home with 15 phones?
I'm sorry, I'm campaigning for Congress right now. I gotta take a call with a campaign manager. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna jump in. But you might be. That might be for real. Brad might say no. You might be. You might be military, but I still, as far as Congressman, I think it's a little sham.
Way earlier in the day, I don't know if he's actually military or not, if he was discharged for being retarded. I just know that right now he used that photo before, 2 years ago, and tried to scam people and said he was like some sort of SEAL team sniper on him.
No, he's fucking with you guys. God,
I don't give a fuck.
So, like, figure it out. You guys berate and harangue him, and he's like, yeah, I'm the best SEAL ever. I fucking killed a million people. And you guys are like, oh, stolen valor.
But wait, how many years did he serve? Because I thought he said he only served 4. So how does he have
He was a butter bar for 4 years is what he said.
So how do you have that rate
Is that what I
4 years of
said?
service? That's not...
That's not what I
That's what I
said.
mean. And his dates of graduation keep changing. He was an enlisted man for 20 years, and then he all of a sudden became an officer for 4. So again, his story keeps evolving. And stolen valor is actually claiming to be more than what you are. So that, and then you solicit funds. So if you say you're a SEAL and you're not really a SEAL, that's stolen valor, Rich. I know some pussy like you who's never
better than Chris Kyle, and he's Chris Kyle.
Like standing off the welfare system, thinking somehow you get it. I get EBT warriors like you that want to go ahead and side with fucking crazy retards like Edmund here. That's fucking weird. But I'm telling you right now, it's still stolen valor.
Maybe he's just trolling. Maybe it's trolling.
I told you, he's the biggest troll. Him and Roger are doing a troll for some reason. I'm telling my Republican, except for Rich and all the others and Keegan's, please, Keegan's, give what little food stamp money you guys have. I know you're the type that goes out there and pours 2 liters of sodas out in the parking lot and then returns it for cash. Take all that money and give it to Edmund. The rest of you, don't donate to this campaign.
It still stands. He's not getting irritable or over dramatic, and regardless if he's running or not, he's pretty intelligent. Yeah, and Brad, you're the one who's getting irritable and over dramatic.
Where'd Mojo go? What happened, ladies? Where'd Mojo go? What happened to that kid?
He didn't get to be part of this or have his name attached to it, so he left Nye and Serendipity in charge.
That's what I'm wondering.
And actually, what I said, Brad, is I earned $234,000 as a crane operator in West Texas in the petroleum industry, working on doing tow preps and frack. And then I made an extra 15 grand doing Uber on the side down in Midland, Odessa. And then I said I gamed the system a little bit. After getting terminated because I ran over a piece of metal and it cut 3 tires on the fucking crane. But I was also working 24 hours straight, and by our policy, we're not supposed to work more than 15 hours. Even though I was doing a little bit of fucking extra work for the fucking boss, he fucking busted me to corporate and said, well, I never fucking told him that he could work 24 hours, even though it was one of those wink, wink, hey, we gotta get shit done, gotta get these fucking cranes moved. So I went ahead and took it upon myself to fucking do what I knew he was insinuating. But then when shit rolls downhill, and corporate starts asking your fucking branch manager, hey, why is this guy working 24 fucking hours straight? He's not allowed to do that. And he goes, well, I didn't tell him he could do that. Even though everybody does.
So, again, what you just heard was literally Rich admitting to scamming the welfare system.
Might as well. Everybody else fucking seems to do it.
No, exactly. Like, I took fucking, extra fucking help from the government.
I think, like...
But I also expressed that I was taking care of my dying fucking parents for the entire fucking year, too.
Are you guys having a fight? Are you guys having a fight?
Hold on one second. I think Serendipity was trying to speak. Serendipity, was that you that came off the mic? I heard a female.
That's Lima.
Oh, that's Lima. Okay, hold on. Fellas, gentlemen, can we give some space to the female voice for a second, uninterrupted? Go ahead, Bima.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. Yeah, I think like what I'm gathering, I'm with NY. I think this is more of like a symbolic campaign. You know, do you guys remember the guy who ran for president, like with the boot over his head? We've seen people do this. What was it? Vermin Supreme, right? He ran for president, and the other guy.
There was a kid in Iowa in 2016 who ran under the nom de guerre These Nuts.
Right.
West.
Well,
Forget Kanye West.
Well, so there was Vermin Supreme. He was big in the political. You know, he took this boot, put it over his head. He wanted to, you know, he had like this absurdist humor edge, and it was to just draw attention to obviously the things that he wanted to. And then the rent is too damn high part. You guys remember that? Jimmy McMillan, the guy who ran for governor and mayor a bunch of times, and he just ended with the rent's too damn high. You guys remember, right? So we've seen, and I mean, like there are countless other. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I mean, like even Ralph Nader back in the day, he knew that he wasn't going to win. He knew that when he ran for like, I don't know, like maybe maybe about 12 years, out of a period of over 12 years he was running, and he knew that he was never going to get elected. And the idea was, and they asked him like all the time, like, what, you know you're not going to go elected. The point is to draw attention, to put pressure, draw awareness, stuff like that. And I think that that's what he's doing. And I got to be honest, I think it's a great cause because, it's our financial system. And we are in stage 6 of the end of our debt cycle, according to Ray Dalio, at the end of a fiat currency if we continue to spend. So I think that spend unaccountable, you know, whatever, the way that we're going. So I think it's great, and I appreciate. I think everybody should support John. I think maybe John could get a little bit more transparent about this for us, so we can understand exactly what's happening and be a part of it, right? Because I also am not convinced right now that it's like a serious thing, but I still think that it's serious in the realm of awareness. And I mean, like potentially this could make national news. I think that's probably much more of what he's looking to do.
It ain't gonna make national news, but you're right. It is a scam.
I mean, Vermin Supreme made it. Rent's Too Damn High made it. Joan Jett Black, remember that? Who ran for mayor? The LGBT visible, the queer, right? I mean, like, yeah. I mean, there's
thing in this room going on ever.
It's funny. It's funny, and John is funny. And when he easily irritates people, it's funny. Because it's not him who's getting all wound up, it's everyone else. And it really doesn't matter if he's running or not, because it's not him getting wound up, it's everyone else. And it's absolutely,
I agree, Rob. Couldn't agree more. The joke's on him. That's the gag.
It might be. That'd be true.
I'm still finding it hard to believe that people would actually donate money to this guy.
that again is not the point. It is funny. And yes, if anyone's donating him money, they're either way too rich and don't know how to spend their money.
Kyle, I'm making a point of it. I'm saying that I find it hard to believe and understand that people would actually donate money to this guy.
Just hypnosis.
Bro, and you know there's a guy on YouTube who wears a fucking toilet bowl seat around his fucking neck covered in fucking chocolate sauce and sits there and goes, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy, and people fucking donate him money. You think that's wild? Like, people donate money to all kinds of fucking weird, stupid shit.
Rich, did you give money to that guy?
No, I didn't give any money to John. I wouldn't give any money to John because you will never know if John is trolling or if he's being genuine.
He's trolling.
He might be. If I genuinely believed that John was trying to run for Congress, then I'd probably donate some money.
I'm sure raising money under a false narrative is that's crazy.
I'm sure Rowan gives money to NAMBLA.
I've asked a ton of questions. There are some
girls with fake cancer. Anyone remember Goldie Ryan?
Wait, hang on. Sean, did you notice the mouse talking at all? Pepe, what's NAMBLA?
Yeah, I did, but...
North American Man Boy Love Association.
Nambla?
It's old dudes that want to fuck kids.
All right.
It's a fact.
Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty?
No, I wasn't saying that's what he's
All right,
I was just
Ro, my apologies, Ro. I didn't know you had a green bean. My apologies, Ro. Sorry.
So I was going to ask John 2 questions. John, what is the filing fee in Illinois for the district you're running in? For the
It's
charge?
$0.
So you just need signatures. They literally don't have any campaign filing fees.
Correct. It's about 600 signatures.
600 signatures. Okay. And when people donate to you, is that money going into your private bank account? Or
No,
do you
of
set
course
up a
not. It's
campaign
going
account?
into the campaign account under an EIN, and I've got a bank letter, and it's all set up with Antidote if you want to donate right now. But I'm finished answering questions for now. I want to bask in my military glory and victory of making Brad eat his Irish potato stuffings and shepherd's pie. You hear that, Brad? I hope you have a nice shepherd's pie tonight, Brad. Look at the PTR. Service connected, disabled veteran. Look at the second lieutenant ID card, Brad. I hope you eat your shepherd's pie, Brad. Eat that shepherd's pie. You got some shepherd's pie on you, Brad.
Hi, Brad. I think he got you, Brad. I think I think he's the type of guy.
Type of guys that play around with their poop and just like walk around and people look at his videos.
Bro, I told you there's a YouTube guy that does that. He wears a fucking toilet bowl seat around saying, you can go donate $20 right now, Brad. And he sits and yells at the camera, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy.
Okay, you done there, little piggy?
Donate
Shut up,
Rich.
Okay,
Shut your terrorist.
I think we need to,
I think we just need to move Rich down.
yeah, I think we need to start a new discussion. And I think the new discussion should be the most effective way to manage mental health in this hyper-connected world that we're living in. I was trying to create a poll, but it wouldn't let me create the poll. Serendipity, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I was trying to create a poll, so you can help me out.
I got you, girl. I got you, girl.
So I will say this: when you have idiots that can play with their fecal matter all day long, and again, he has 20 fucking phones in front of him and spends his days on Clubhouse. And
Brad, pause. It's not 20 phones. He has over 50.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's over 50 phones.
Exactly. 58.
50 phones over and spends his days since we've known him. Edmund. He's just been a retarded idiot. I don't know if he really served. He keeps changing his dates. He keeps changing his ranks. He keeps changing his story. All I'm saying is, most guys would have said they served. This guy's more of an idiot. I don't know. He could have taken somebody's ID and made it his own. I don't trust anybody because we've had that. Like someone said, we had a woman fake cancer. We had a woman fake her son getting kidnapped. And to the point where I almost went out to go looking for him to cut sign because he was, quote, missing. So that was their whole extent there. And I'm going to tell you something. I've never asked a dime from anybody on the staff. And I'm telling you right now, you give your money. I gave you the warning. I would not give it to John. I would certainly not give it to Edmund at all. You guys are fucking idiots. And you just heard the other idiot that's backing him up saying, yes, so what? I scammed the welfare system. Fucking great. You're bitching about tax dollars. Rich is emblematic of that fucking...
I got a tax return and I brought home $249 between Uber and my crane job too. So just, you're welcome. Donald Trump said it best. Take advantage of the tax system. It's built for us.
Brad, would you donate $40 so I can get some party power or powder, for my birthday? It'd be for your good time. I'm being upfront.
Hey, what is your been on this app long enough? How many of you remember John Kitover being on stage as a female? He used to have a female PTR. How many of you remember that?
Yeah, we all remember that. It's trolling
you. You've been on this. Yeah, so that's interesting.
On point.
You're running for Congress, and there's a lot of things that are pretty messy there. I mean,
Hey, John, real quick question: Is a second lieutenant, is that enlisted or is that an officer?
That's an officer. That's called an officer. A second lieutenant with gold butter bars is called an officer and a gentleman.
Can we have one mic though?
Isn't a second lieutenant what you go in as when you first go in as an officer?
That's correct. I was the lowest ranking officer there. But you know what? I'm so tired of answering these one-off questions. I'm going to go back to my positive mojo vibration and keep meditating for another 10 minutes.
Pepe, did you hear where he said that he got injured and medically discharged afterwards?
All the time on this app when they take timeouts. Yeah, when you have to take a timeout, you're a
John, before you do, because of your experience with linguistics and interrogation, can you explain to us what the word psycholinguistics means?
I think maybe you might be better at telling us what psycholinguistics means. Please proceed, dude.
Well, it's very interesting. How people speak actually can say a lot about them. And this is really, really interesting. So, based off of a person's lexicon and semantic comprehension and how they speak with a tone, cadence, and rhythm, it shows a lot about their personality and
Why
a
do
lot
you
about
speak
how
with a
they
bottom pitch cadence, bitch boy?
Okay, let's just have one mic. Pepe,
I mean, like, so that shows a lot about you.
Hold on.
That shows a lot about you and how you habitually think, actually, with your comments that you say on a regular basis.
Guys, all you need is buried in your pooper. That's all you want.
Hold on, we have a So wait a minute, because a lot of us in here are mental, and I say that respectfully. We have a new poll up. Does Clubhouse draw a type? Everybody please vote and be honest. Some of y'all need to select that first option. Yes, we are all mental. I know I did. Okay.
Don, use all your accounts to vote. You know where you're going to vote.
All right, so let's take some time and acknowledge the poll. Acknowledge the poll. And can we looking for the narcissist? Yeah, let's kind of shift the conversation a little bit. We can get off John's nuts just momentarily, fellas, if it's possible.
Damn. Yeah, sure. Yeah, fuck all of you. You guys can all suck my fucking dick. And all of the men in here are a bunch of sodomites. Eat a fucking...
Well, okay, can we all excuse Pepe just for a second? Okay, he hasn't had his medication for the last couple of days. We need to be able to understand and appreciate there are people with mental illnesses, and just have a little bit of grace for that, okay?
Go back to teabagging little boys' bicycles.
So it doesn't need to be a mental illness. It just could be that he's overly perverted and he never gets laid.
Let me ask some of y'all a question. Some of the guys on here like to spar daily. How do you decide when it's time to take a break from Clubhouse or social media altogether? I mean, are there any signs you notice in the deterioration of your mental health or how you respond or react to people on this app? When do you know it's time to kind of log out of Clubhouse and not log back in for a hot minute? Legitimate question.
Right. When it isn't supporting your bottom line, if your bottom line is to make more than $900 a campaign, or if your bottom line is, to take care of your kids, or your bottom line, your career is shooting through the roof, and when you come on Clubhouse, it's not supportive of that, that's when it's time to jet.
Well, I'm triggered by little things.
My bottom line is to give everybody hell. That's all it is.
And my check is usually like when Kyle's mother wants to kiss me off good night or good day, and then I have to leave change on the counter so he can go ahead and get his milk duds or his lunch money. So that's when I realize, like, hey, maybe I need to take a break.
Wait, who is
It's funny how you say the same joke about the same people all the time.
The one that came up and said dude who has the lisp, and he talks in a very flowery voice, and he misses his daddy.
Brad, by the time this app burns to the ground, you will have ran through everybody's wife and mom, and I hope that we get a docu-series about that too. The Adventures of Brad's Penis, respectfully.
Does anybody else ever feel that Brad likes to project a lot?
Yeah, Brad definitely watches a lot of porn for sure.
Well, no, he's widowed, so he can do whatever he wants with his dick. You guys,
we're not going to speak about Brad's wife. We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. That's triggering.
I didn't do it.
He just said he's widowed, wasn't he?
I mean, yeah, he didn't say anything about his wife.
He was saying this morning,
his marital status.
This morning that Brad killed his wife, which he did say, Brad, this morning.
Brad killed his
We're
wife.
we're not going
No,
to.
Keegan said
Yeah,
that.
Keegan said that. We're not going to rehash that though because Brad doesn't mean it, nobody needs it, we just don't need to rehash
we
that.
isn't talking about someone that's just respecting him as a
Where's Keegan? Where's Keegan?
Hold on, I would like to welcome.
I'm just asking a question, Nine. Where's Keegan on stage?
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to add him.
I want to welcome Anson to the stage. Hi, Anson. We had a great room. The education room today was really, really wonderful. Thank you for opening up that space. It got a little spicy towards the end there, so if you go back and listen to the replay, it got a little spicy, but we tried to reel it back in. It got a little off topic, but overall, I hope I know you had to leave early. I hope you're proud of the overall discussion. Thank you, Anson. And I don't know if there's a room for tomorrow, Anson, that you want to plug, and the topic you want to plug, and what time, and the name of the house. But can we show some grace and silence for Anson for a moment, please, gentlemen? Anson, the mic is yours. If you'd like to speak.
Well, I listened to the replay. Holy shit.
Don't fucking cuss in here.
Hey! Right. I already apologized to XJ yesterday for chiding him on that. But I mean, it got a little spicy. You're absolutely right, NY. And I'm sure I couldn't have done any better in trying to get back on topic. But anyway, I hope it was a good room for those that participated. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't learn something a little bit more concrete and reach some kind of consensus about something, but that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose them. So we'll keep on trucking. I have no idea what the room will be tomorrow. I'll message Roger and give him a suggestion or something, probably early tomorrow. So see you guys around the block.
What was that? Time on? Go ahead, time on.
Yeah, you did a great job, Anson. You just when you're doing the room, when you're moderating, it keeps it above ground and mature. I guess when you left, I don't know.
Roger.
It just went south.
Yeah, I hate that we didn't get a chance to talk about one thing I wanted to touch on was the failing, the this kind of ethical dilemma that many teachers are facing now, where they have to pass failing students, which really bothers me, and I was hoping we could touch on that. But maybe if we talk about this topic in the future, I'd like to get answered maybe some of the educators' opinions and thoughts on why the public school system feels compelled to pass these dummies when they can't read and write at grade level. Everybody gets a passing grade. They don't want to fail anybody. So yeah, I hate that we didn't get to that, but maybe next time. Thank you, Anson.
Well, I would tell you that that is a huge problem, and I lump it into that item on the poll called rigor and accountability. We must teach with rigor, and we must hold everyone accountable, which includes failing people when the right standards are not met. But so we touched on it, but we can certainly dive a lot deeper into it in future things.
But Anson, that's really racist. Why would you want to do that?
Oh boy. Who said that?
That's it. Just ignore.
Pepe said it.
P.P. Herman. Yeah, P.P. Herman.
Pepe he just likes to troll, so answer with caution, sir. Approach with caution.
But no, I mean, they did change, like, I believe it was Oregon and Washington, and I think even California, saying math is racist, and so, they have to change some stuff there, and,
Do you find it ironic that...
Oh my God, can I fucking finish? But, and then, they did talk about the disparate outcomes between different groups of people, and so they want to create, equality of outcomes or some stupid shit. And so if like one group is like doing really poorly versus another group, that's sign of inequality, and it must be addressed.
But Pepe, is that like is that got a lot of steam? That's kind of in the past, isn't it?
No, Washington, California, and Oregon. I mean, you can look it up, dude. I didn't know about this shit.
I didn't say it's an app. I'm just saying, haven't we moved past that already?
Nope.
Alright, well, I don't know if Anson wants to deal with answer this question. I don't know.
Listen, if you look through the pictures, the images, the PTRs, can you tell me if you think that's a legit cat card?
I'm sorry, it's a legit what?
Oh, common access card, cat card.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not a geek. Is there something wrong with my PTR? Is that what you're saying?
Don't worry about it.
Don't waste his time. Don't waste his time. Anson, we were talking about what had the most votes in the poll. There was something else. Everybody was agreeing that the education system, K to 12, we need something else. And you were saying something. People have to be specific in what that something else is. And yeah, I'm an actor. I'm a martial artist. When I was a kid, I dealt with a lot of tough things. Everything from abuse to all that bullying stuff. It got me into martial arts real deep. And I think sports and things like this, art and things like that, are really valuable for young people. But what I was alluding to, that I'm going to have in October, a 2-day retreat with cops and principals, is Dr. Joe Dispenza's work that talks about the science of behavior, the science of the mind, and it will be a different approach fundamentally on how we're approaching kids, the way they think, and how to educate them about the mind. I don't know if that's been in the education system, the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, these kind of things. Do you know?
I think it's been in the education system as long as we've had an education system whose goal is to improve the way people think.
Right, but I mean, when I was in school, I never had a class that focused on that at all. I don't even remember it coming up when I was a kid.
My retort to that is, once you learn how to read, write, and do arithmetic, then you might be able to have reasonable discussions along those lines. But my point is that we continue to fail to teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic. So it's hopeless to be able to engage in higher level subjects.
And why is it that they're not having that happen? What's in the way? Why is it lost focus?
I don't mean to dominate this room in any way, nor
please.
But I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to my fundamental point, Tamek, that rigor and accountability. The reason we don't teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic to a level of competency is because we lack rigor and accountability in doing it. And if somebody calls that racist, then I tend to strongly disagree.
Oh, I don't think that's who makes those decisions.
Who makes the decisions as to what is competent in terms of reading, writing?
Not what is competent. To make sure that that's the standards around that is high. Who keeps that standard? Reading, math, these kind of things.
Well, that's a tricky question. If the government is running the schools, which other than private schools they do, they're the ones providing the funding. So what you're really asking is, who sets the standards? And my answer, I guess, is governmental authority through school boards, elected officials, superintendents, principals, and teachers. But we've got to have good, strong standards. And I think we sadly lack it in those good, strong standards. And ultimately, if it's a public government-funded school system, then the government has to have the courage to both set good standards, high standards, and hold people accountable to achieving those standards.
Okay, thanks for answering my question. How about martial arts or some? Because I would have liked to have martial arts when I had it outside the school, but that would have been something I would have liked in the school as well. What do you think? Not obviously not for violence, but self-defense and discipline and camaraderie, working together, these kind of things. What do you think about having it in the school system?
I didn't come in here I'm glad to engage in this discussion, don't get me wrong, but I've already probably bloviated too much in my own room. The last thing I want to do is bloviate in here and piss everybody off. So I'm here to, I just sort of dropped in to say, oh my God, the wheels went off the room. I mean, but
they were still off the room. They were still in, it came into this room.
Yeah, okay, all right, well, I'll engage in a conversation, but I don't think, my companion is already pissed off at me because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse.
This was a room full of violence.
Making death threats, and he's doing libel and slander. Please go to John Kitover Instagram. I put the link in the chat. The campaign lawyer is preparing to file libel and slander charges against you, Brad. I'm sorry, but it's all on the Instagram.
Why don't you eat a bag of dicks, and why don't you clean the piss stains off of your underwear?
Can we at least listen? We have, and I say this respectfully, a very highly intelligent, articulate elder Anson on the stage, who we should show just a little bit of respect, right, with the language. And I don't want to police anybody's language. I know this is the muff. We get fired up, and that's cool. Anson, I appreciate you coming into this space to just, because before you came in here, it was violent. It was insane. You provided, with your submission, just a brief moment where we all could just kind of breathe. There was no name calling, no insults, no threats of violence. So I for one appreciate you, Anson, just being, you weren't even aware that you came into this room at a time when it was heated, and you kind of tempered things and cooled things down. So I appreciate that, guys. And while Anson's on the stage, I know I'm not, can we just be cool? Let's not talk about dicks and all this other stuff for a minute. Just for a hot minute. Can we just show some respect for our elder on the stage? Maybe I'm old school and old fashioned, and y'all can curse me out if you want to, because I'm putting up with
I assure you, Nye, and the rest of the room, if you look at my profile, I can get down and dirty and have done that for many. I can cuss like a sailor and multiply it times 10. So been there, done that. I know how to handle myself in those kinds of situations, and go ahead, let her rip. I'm gonna bow out and make peace in my own home because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse now. But thanks for your compliment, and we'll see all of you around on Clubhouse, I hope, particularly in the rational discussion room.
Later, Anson. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your
I think we're really making some progress in that room. We've only had it for 4 days, but I think we're really making some progress in having, quote, a rational discussion.
I agree, Anson, and a lot of that is because of you. You're a good moderator in that room.
Yeah, I just want to say, Anson, we love and respect our veterans here in this room.
Unlike some people.
Okay, y'all can go back to acting like wildlings now, but make sure you vote in the poll. Make sure you vote in the poll.
See how that's done?
And I love this fantastic group of wildlings. I call y'all wildlings respectfully. I'm a wildling too. We're all wildlings.
This is the only room you've probably been in where it's mostly white people trash talking like a bunch of animals.
Wait, you don't think the conspiracy theory rooms that she goes in isn't filled with white women?
No, I said where white people are trashing each other.
Yeah, you're right, Pepe. This is the only room that I go into where there's major white-on-white violence.
It's one of the only this is I think the white people on this app largely are in kind of will frequent the same rooms as each other, and you know, a lot of people here obviously they know each other, and there's drama, and people are drawn to that, and they talk trash talk, and yeah.
Also, let me just say something. I don't want to make this about me, but I feel like I need to address this while there are folks in the room, okay? Speaking of white-on-white violence, and I'm not trying to bring up old memories, and I know one of the rules of the house is you don't bring up drama from another house.
Where is this going?
And I'm just going to touch on this momentarily while our fearless leader is away, Mojo. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I learned a lesson. Stay out of white folks' drama. Stay out of this white-on-white violence. I called myself, because I got a lot of shit in the back end. I got a lot of shit yesterday when Keegan asked me to co-mod his space, and because he thought I would be a neutral mediator, moderator. And I thought, sure, I have no dog in this fight between Brad and Keegan. Little did I know, I could not have expected the aftermath would have been the way it turned out. So, and folks thought that it was my house, that I opened up that house. I did not. It was not my house. Folks thought that I created that title. I did not. Folks thought that I was picking sides. I was not. And I received numerous back channels and phone calls about, your account's going to get clipped. You're going to do this. You need to not. Why are you in it? And I didn't think about it in the moment because I thought, I'm just going to be a neutral moderator. So for anybody in the room now who was in that room yesterday and you were probably wondering the same thing, hear it from my mouth now. Hindsight is always 20/20. I will never get involved in this shit again because I didn't think I was going to catch the heat that I caught in the aftermath. I thought I was just being, cooler than the other side of a pillow by helping mod that space. So if
you didn't do anything. Nine. The chat room's flaring right now. But I would say that you didn't do anything wrong. First of all, one of the things that I saw it happening even in the chat of the room we were in, people were trying to redirect people to other rooms, and that is very common for them, for them to say like, oh, I wouldn't be moderating there, just to basically get you out of the space and into their room. Because you didn't say anything. I would say you weren't familiar with some of the people that came in. Like Cray did come in, and I was just like, oh shit, she doesn't know him. He will drag people. He had a room earlier, like 300 people in it, dragging somebody.
Hold on. I don't know who Lane is, but you're blocked. Goodbye, remove.
Wait, was it like Wesley and Prashant in the room or something, or what was going on?
No. It was basically just Keegan and whatever stupid drama with. I was remaining impartial. I didn't even speak.
Hold on. BB's saying she's making it about herself again, y'all. I don't know if that's about me, but I rarely make these spaces about me, BB. So if that comment is to me,
ignore BB. She's drunk 24/7, 365.
Oh, a drunk.
Yeah, she's a British Persian lady who's always drunk all the time.
All she does, I let her. She's a feature in my rooms. I let her talk shit. She tells me how I'm stupid, I'm gay, I'm all of this stuff, and I don't even.
Pee, are you a faggot, pee?
Yeah, she will fuck your stage up when you let her up, but
bring her up.
She can fuck up my chat room. I don't care. But she talks shit to everybody.
Bring her up. If you claiming she's a drunk hoe, we're not gonna deal with.
No, you gotta bring her up just to hear what she sounds like. It's fucking hysterical.
No.
It's like Foster Brooks. Remember Foster Brooks? He's like, what are you talking about? That's BB.
Oh, fuck you, Pepe. You know what you're talking about.
Fuck you, Pepe. Motherfucker, you faggot.
BB, despite how she sounds, I saw a picture of her. She's actually pretty, which I was not expecting. I was expecting her to look like a total beast.
Sarah's the same way. Sarah's an attractive girl. She's just fucking crazy. I think it's because they're Persian.
She doesn't like when I speak. She can always not be in here when I'm here. You have options. What's up?
She's Persian. She's a hater.
Oh,
dude, she's somebody everybody ignores her.
She probably hates all black people. So.
Well, BB hates everybody.
Oh no, she loves the blacks in that way. You know what I mean? That's what I was alluding to. Yeah.
Anyways, hey MG, what's up, boo? One of the most beautiful women on this app. Okay, so take the poll. Does Clubhouse draw a type? Certainly in this room. I always tell
God damn it! Why are you moderating so much? No, everybody came here to fight.
Well, the ladies, this is the month. We moderate the vaginas. That's Roger's house rule. Certain vaginas, at least. I mean, I don't make these decisions. You know, if I was moderating the vaginas, I would have a little bit more diversity. No disrespect to my beautiful white women on the stage.
Damn, she's buzzing out on stage. Okay.
But you know, I would have some more melanin.
I'll take the second. I'll take the splash the splash zone flowers.
No, I don't take BB seriously. She's literally like yeah. She will get stuck on one person and then just go off in the chat for hours and hours and hours. I've been on the other end as well.
It's her charm. She does it to me like every.
Yeah, that's what you gotta learn about.
She's a nobody and a nothing, so just ignore her.
A nothing, like the never ending story, the nothing.
Yep, that's exactly the reference.
So
I'm the master. I'm the master.
So Rich, I see you're back. I guess things are settled. I guess we don't have to open the worms, but.
Well, Roger said I could come back because we made amends.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reach out to you on the back end. Yeah, so that'll be a little later.
Yeah,
I gotta tell you something.
I'm married, guys. Sorry.
Now you ran into that one. It's getting tough.
Yeah, no, not like that, sir. But yeah.
I mean, John's the one with the LGBT flag, not me. You might be getting us confused.
Right.
I have no knowledge of them working anything out on the back end, but I do know that Roger unblocked him and that he was here
2 days
yesterday.
ago.
Yeah, he was here yesterday.
Yeah, Roger's seen that I migrated over to, Chillism. There was 60 people in there today. They're having phenomenal conversations, so I think that might have, resolved a lot of it.
And you don't bring.
I was on stage here yesterday, and I've been on stage in Chillism for the past, 4 days now. What are you talking about, Brad? See, again, lies. It's like you said, John has stolen valor. He's a second lieutenant. He's got a second lieutenant. He's got his Citadel fucking graduation fucking garb. And you're like,
you're still admitting to scamming welfare. I mean, again, scamming welfare.
No, it's not scamming. It's called taking advantage of the system. Using the system to your advantage. Donald Trump said the same thing about taxes when Hillary said, you didn't need to pay taxes. Exactly. I'm using the system the way it's structured.
People don't like you, Rich, because you're slimy.
Oh, it's shit, bro.
You fidge and fudge on fucking welfare checks and lie about unemployment.
I've never received a welfare check in my entire life.
Rich is
never had welfare in my entire life.
Rich is married to an LBFM, so I mean, I don't know what he's doing on the stage.
Dare I ask what an LBFM is?
It's what they call in the military. They called them. So they used to have a base, and my dad would fly over. No, he never fucked any Filipino women.
You're talking about Subic Bay.
So they would call. They called the women their little brown fucking machines. That was an acronym in the military.
Yep, they are.
Damn it! I hate that I asked, but now we learn something new every day. Little brown fucking machines.
Oh, they're the horniest women on earth.
That's probably true. Yeah.
That's why they all have 12 to 16 kids.
MG's like, what? I wish I could have been a slut like that. Why not?
I think they all have hyperthyroidism is what.
BB, he's married to his mate. You're married to. I don't think you are married. You're just an alcoholic.
Oh, I would agree with what BB said. She is my maid, my housekeeper, my cook, my sex slave. She's all these things. She's a nanny. She's everything. It's amazing. Yeah, don't try to insult me with a good time, BB.
BB, how many goats does your family need to marry you?
How many men in your family have fucked goats, Phoebe?
BB, I don't know how often you've been in the space, but I don't know. If you go hard on the chat, we got some shooters on the stage. They're gonna come.
She knows us. She knows us. Like,
oh yeah, we all know
this
each
has
other.
been years. She's like this shit talking goes all day. Like with her, she's not a sensitive little girl.
Pepe used to be part of the chillism group way back when. Oh, we ran Brad away? Oh no. Hey, at least Scarlett's happy now.
It's because you guys are really unpleasant. I'd smack the shit out of you guys in person.
Welcome, Dr. Mitch. What's up, Dr. Mitch? I think he's coming up. Hey, Dr. Mitch.
So you want the medical perspective on this?
On the mental illness?
Oh no, am I breaking up already?
Yeah,
no, all I heard you say, do we want the medical perspective on this? What is this? What were you?
Well, look at the top of does Clubhouse draw a type of mentally ill person?
Oh yes, please, go ahead.
God, I don't even know where to start on this. Okay, the first thing I'll say is it's not good to make generalities, right? Because that's a very wide net, so it's kind of hard to answer the question. But somebody who is truly mentally ill probably doesn't even know it, so they're not going to tell you anyway. Certainly, a narcissist or a psychopath is not going to say, "Yeah, I'm a lunatic." Is that too much?
Nope. I'm looking at all you purple voters.
Well, I mean, a narcissist and a sociopath aren't probably going to even realize they are one. I mean, to be fair.
Never, Pepe. That's the point. Yeah. No. That's actually how you know you're not a psychopath, because you think you are one.
See, go Team Green. We're all the mental healthy ones.
I don't know. My friend Serenity Serendipity. She actually is the only rational person on Clubhouse.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch.
I mean, I am an agent of chaos. I don't know why. I don't know. It's like when you look at all of those cluster B traits, like when it comes. I mean, I do have like ADHD, and I don't know. Sometimes wonder, like, maybe you can have like the traits, but they're not full on.
Wait, MG just said in the chat, if COVID never happened, I would never be on this app. Same here. Is that true for many of us on the stage right now? Was the COVID pandemic the reason?
Yeah, I wouldn't have been online. Period. Like, I didn't do social media shit where I talked to strangers until like 5 years ago. Otherwise, I literally had zero interest in expressing myself online or talking to people.
I started on a mom app, and then a bunch of us migrated over here. And I just never went back to the mom app because it got boring after a while.
Those moms are way hella boring compared to Clubhouse rooms.
Oh, the drama can get nasty, but yeah, the rooms just, yeah, no.
What does that say about us, though? Like, those of us that that think it's funny to rile people up, that is, maybe not within the realm of healthy. And then there's a lot of you who also like to participate in the drama and the name calling, and even for those who don't, you guys definitely like to go in the rooms where it's happening. Those are always the busiest rooms. I would say there's a lot to unpack there.
Trolling is a participation sport. I like this room, right? Don't you, Serendipity? I like this room, and Roger has been really he's just been really kind lately. You know, it's like the new and improved. He's just been kind of kind and patient.
What?
I remember when he, huh?
I totally agree.
Right? I remember when he used to like, I don't know, just knock people off their perches for a while.
Hey, Dr. Mitch, I got a question. What does it mean if when you pee, it burns? What would you think that probably indicates?
Oh, shit.
Chlamydia. Hold on, you guys are
You better get swabbed, man. Well, it's a UTI or an STD, but they're pretty much almost interchangeable.
Okay, cool. You guys step on the joke. Pepe, Dr. Mitch said stop fucking with prostitutes and you might need to get a test.
Amazing.
Oh,
If Rich only thought that he was 60% like funnier than he actually
Monica,
is.
do you realize that it only matters if it's funny to me?
I do want to say that, like, I did meet my soulmate, Callie, in the audience. I met her on this app.
Comedy
that's
is
pretty cool.
subjective, and it
Fuck
only
you,
matters
Rich.
to me.
Don't interrupt my fucking shout out.
MG.
Have you been to the Self-Realization Fellowship, Dr. Mitch?
Sure. Yeah, I live in Oceanside. And I had a house in Carlsbad, yes. I have been to SRF, yeah. Autobiography of a Yogi, Paramahansa Yoga.
Also, it's in the Matrix stamp.
Oh.
You're in the Matrix, Dr. Mitch. Scarlett, I'll address you as your, legal name on here, that you want to be presented as. I can guarantee if we go watch John Kitover's replays, he was laughing when I said the joke.
I don't care. You know, it's only funny if it's funny to me.
Rich,
I agree with that.
Actually, I forgot. I said I'm going to stay out of it, but I stay out of it, out of the drama. But I respectfully request that y'all keep the peace with Roger's queen, Scarlett, please.
I will. I'll be
Okay,
nice.
but Nye, you understand. You do understand, right? That it's not me. That this gentleman, and I use the term hyperbolically, has little to recommend him. And I think he's filled with so much self-hate that the little that does recommend him kind of ruins most of the time.
Hey, I have a question for clarification. From the conversation that you and I had the other day, do you think that I'm racist?
Oh boy.
Black power.
Why are you putting me on the spot? Okay. Pepe, shut your mouth. Shut up. Rich, okay, here's the deal. I don't know you personally. I don't know how you get down in your personal
From what you've gathered from our conversation the other room.
But from what I've gathered from our conversation, some of y'all are going to hate me for saying this. I don't think you're racist. But I also don't
I'm an asshole, right?
Racist either.
Oh, I don't either.
I think you're very messy. I think you're very messy. I think you know how to manipulate. You're a master manipulator, and I'm not. There's no judgment. I think you know how to stir the shit in rooms that you go in. I know you are masterful at centering yourself, right? And based on that conversation that you and I had, and we're not going to go into it, but you said something to me that, that's why, basically you said something that has bothered me, and, we'll just leave it at that. And so to answer your question, I don't think you're racist. I understood your point of view. It does not necessarily mean I agree with it, but I understood your point of view. But I also say this though, Rich, when you were called out on that stage that day, you initially lied and said, if memory serves me correctly, you initially lied and said you didn't use the N-word, et cetera, and then later on admitted that you did. So you have to stand on business, sir. If you're going to use this kind of language across the app and get called out on it, And when you got to stand on business. Don't lie about it.
Oh no, I said that I used the word. I used the 2 words that are not allowed on this stage. Because we kept beating around the bush, the word, and then at the very end I said the 2 words that are now, one of the words is now added after I said it, which I had been recommending for that word to be also added to the rules and regulations. And I said those 2 words, and then I said to Roger, I said, I said, because he paused for a few seconds, and I said, is your fat finger trying to find the button? And he said, yep. And then next thing I was gone. So I did concede I said it.
People have been reaching. Wait, hold on. Let me just say this really quick. I just want to make something clear. People have been reaching out to me for a hot minute now about me being in JB's space, me being in Mojo's space as the black girl, me being, talking to Monica, the N-word, when white folks use the N-word. Y'all, let me just say this. I've been on this app for I don't know how many years, okay? And I'm not going to say I'm desensitized to the word, but I can't get triggered every time white folks use the N-word and then get on spaces with black people and smile and kiki and titi in their face. I said in JB's room previously, I'll repeat it in here. I'm a Capricorn and I'm Generation X. And if y'all don't know what that means I don't give a fuck about what y'all be talking about. You dig? So, no, I'm not going to be triggered about folks using the N-word. I've heard worse. No, I'm not going to stop speaking to certain people because if you're not directing the hate towards me, I really don't care, right? Because I know how a lot of people on this app, you're characters. We like to say things for shock value. Lord knows I do. And first of all, I would be kind of hypocritical because anybody's been in my Saturday entertainment room. I offend everyone equally, right? So I'm pretty tame in Mojo's room. My room, I talk hella shit about everyone. And by everyone, I'm not talking about anybody on this app. I have very strong, spicy opinions. I drop the N-word and all kinds of words, right? So, like I said last night, my mother said, and I will land here, my mother said, black people stole the N-word from the white man and have made it internationally famous, and we profited off the N-word through our music and art, and we owe the white man money for stealing his word. Why would I get mad at the white folks for using it? I know y'all don't want to hear me say that. I'm not saying the word is cool. I'm not saying it's okay to use the N-word. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I can't get triggered every time I'm on Clubhouse and I get a back end about so-and-so said the N-word. And I don't give a fuck. And half the people who are in my back end complaining to me about white folks using the N-word sit in black spaces where black people talk shit about black people all day. And put down black women all day, and call each other the N-word all day, right? So don't now come to me about the same shit you're going to sit in other rooms and entertain and give a pass to it because black folks are saying it. If you're going to be outraged about it, keep it consistent across all rooms, and I'll say that.
I knew I liked you, Nye, because I'm a Capricorn too.
So you're saying it's cultural appropriation? Is that what you're saying, Nye?
That is called that black folks have culturally appropriated the word from white folks?
Yes.
According to my mother, yes. I had never thought about that until Mom said it, and I said, you know what? It tickled me pink. Okay. And I said, I agree with you 100%. These ninjas owe the white man money. Pay the white man his money for stealing his word. Y'all talk about you stole the word and made it a term of endearment. Well, the white man said he wants to use his word. Shit, now he's checking in with black folks on social media to see if it's okay if he can use his word. Pay the white man his reparations for the N-word.
Wow, that's brutal. Now, you always elevate the conversation, honestly. You bring the energy up wherever you go. I appreciate you.
Yeah, so I think one of the things you probably take contention the other day or talking was that that I use it as a tool to attack people whenever they attack me. I use it as a bludgeon tool. So yeah, I mean, and Hakeem, if he were here right now, I know verbatim what he would say. You wouldn't say that because you don't say that in real life because there's consequences. No, in real life, I don't say that word. But when I'm on Clubhouse and somebody's telling me they're gonna murder my friggin' wife and kids, then yeah, I feel the need to use that word to rile them up.
So you do use the word. Okay.
Already conceded that.
I think you're just being provocative because you think it's funny.
Well, I got a question. Should someone being or not being a racist be an absolute metric on whether or not they are a good or bad person? In other words, if someone's a racist, then they are completely a bad person, and that's it. That's no other values or metrics can be used on the person.
Alan, you know that everything is a gradient. You know there are no absolutes, right? There's no absolute. Being a racist doesn't make you absolutely horrible.
Well, is that your answer? Is that your answer?
Yeah, my answer. Yeah, because even Hitler took care of his dogs, right? So that I don't think that's a good question.
Well, if you don't think it's a good question, why were you the first one to jump up and answer?
Because I knew the answer. That's why.
Because you knew the answer? Well, I know that you appointed yourself the judge and jury on what is or is not a good question. But I don't know, maybe somebody else wants to answer. And we don't need to hear your opinion on what is or is not a good question. Thank you.
I think to Dr. Mitch's point, Alan, for example, Messi. Naya's already acknowledged, and I agree with her, I don't believe that Messi Clown is racist. Do I think that he can weaponize it and use it to his advantage and do things that are racist? Yeah, but I don't necessarily think he is a racist. So I think to say, well, if someone's racist, does that make them a bad person? Is people can do racist things, but in their heart, maybe not really be. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I understand. Well, let's take it one step further. If we determine that someone is a racist, and we determine that by whether or not they use the N-word, does that person then deserve to be beaten?
Hey,
Yes,
on all other news,
very hardly.
I would like to address and congratulate and wish a happy Clubhouse anniversary to MG. It is your Clubhouse anniversary. No one said shit. I wanted to address MG and say, happy Clubhouse anniversary, girl. Appreciate you.
You a lie. I told her happy Clubhouse anniversary in chat.
She sure
Hell
did.
yeah. Yeah, the acknowledgements, what's up? Yeah.
Dawn,
Yeah, appreciate
her left pinky toe needs cleaning too. You've got the right one. Wash thoroughly. Thank you.
Alan, just to answer your question really quick, look, I don't want to be around racists. Like, I think it's just weird. I don't, this is not my reality. But again, I'm Ethiopian. I married a white man. I have biracial children. My friends, I have a lot of Jewish friends. I don't know. I have a lot of white girlfriends, black, homegirls. So I get that I'm the anomaly. But this is not my reality. I think it's weird. So.
Can I?
Yeah, but I didn't ask if you wanted to be
On
around.
the app.
I asked if they are good or bad people.
I would, in my opinion, I would judge them as bad people. In my opinion.
Okay.
Can I just, let me weigh in really quick. I'll try to be really quick with this. Alan, when you asked that question, it made me think about when I was living in LA for 20 years, okay? And I can't tell you how startled I was, and this is hand to Bible truth, y'all. I'm not making this stuff. How surprised I was by the number, it was a handful, right, of so-called neo-Nazis or so-called white supremacist males, white males who, the locals, the community, or my apartment building at the time when I first moved it there, were aware that these individuals were racist, okay? But my encounters with them were always pleasant, always kind, never racist, never hateful, right? I had a roommate once that dated a guy who was a neo-Nazi. Long story how that happened. When I met the bitch, she was a lesbian. When I moved in with her, she was a bisexual dating a black man. By the time I moved out, she was dating a neo-Nazi. Case in and of itself. And so he was cool as shit. Sometimes we would go have coffee, right? So you ask, if they're racist, are they good people? If they're racist, does it mean that they are or not good people? Ellen, I don't know. I can just say from my experience dealing with the handful of so-called neo-Nazis in LA and North Hollywood that I quote-unquote befriended, they always treated me with kindness and respect. We never engaged in hateful rhetoric. We never talked shit about other cultures or races. But when I would be around the community, meaning the neighbors or the locals, their experiences with these guys were completely different. So that's my response to your question. Not helpful, but just my personal lived experience.
Yeah, well, I think that says more. Judging from her dating history, it says more about her than anything else. But yeah, I get it.
Do y'all remember Cardano on this app? Do y'all remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, right. Nye, did you ever meet Cardano? I don't know if this was before you were here or not, but...
Yeah, I think I know Cardano.
Okay. Well, everyone knows how racist he is, and he's a huge anti-Semite, right? For whatever reason, he took a liking to me. He really liked me. He followed me. I would never follow him back. Because I think you're weird, and I think you're dangerous, and I think this, the stuff that you say in these rooms is just, it's disgusting. So, could we really ever trust these people? I can't trust you if you're racist. If you're only saying the N-word, talking shit about Jews, we can't be friends. That's just my red line. And I'm not gonna let that pass. We can't fuck with each other. Because I just don't think you're a good person.
Yeah, well, Cardano was interesting. He was famous because he came on as Cardano, and by the time he left the app, he was up to like Cardano 29. So, yeah, that's right. Yeah, but the problem with Cardano was he was honest. That's all.
He really wasn't. His best friends on the app were KP and Sig.
Well, he was actually
lost and confused.
I don't think so. He did. So I didn't meet him when he very first joined the app, but everybody had said by the time I met him, he was a totally different person. He'd always want to. There was a lot of hatred for black people were incredibly hateful towards white people and really nasty to them.
Were?
Well,
I mean, are.
It doesn't matter. But yeah. He ended up. I guess he would try to talk to them, and then he he got so tired of it, and he hit the arc of his trajectory, just went complete boomerang the other direction, and he did join Blood Tribe. He did move to Maine to be with them. And for those who don't know what Blood Tribe is, that is a neo-Nazi organization. So I don't think he was I think his heart was largely kind of in it, but I don't think he's a naturally hateful person. And so, I remember telling everybody, dude, he's not going to last. He's going to change. And people are like, oh, no, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, dude, I've been talking to these people for years. He's not somebody who I think had the personality profile of somebody who would stick in one of these groups.
Yeah, I used to think that too. Sorry, Alan, I'll just say this and I'll hand the mic back to you. I used to think that too, Pepe, and I was in a room one day because I was like, why does he like me so much? I'm obviously black. But whatever, so we were in a room, Zadie comes in, and for those of you that don't know who Zadie is, Zadie's Jewish. Zadie comes on stage, and he flips the fuck out. Says the most horrible anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard in my life, to the point where I was literally scared. And I remember texting Abby, oh my God, we have to do something about Cardano. because he was just losing it in real time on stage. He had a meltdown talking about Jews, and that moment was a defining moment for me. I was like, see, if they don't like.
Wait, are we talking about JBNG?
No.
No.
See, they don't like black people. They don't like Jews, and I cannot be your friend. Look at this shit. And he just went off on Zadie.
Yeah, well, okay, two people have spoken. First, MG, let nothing I say mean that you shouldn't have stopped talking to him and you shouldn't be scared of him. However, in that story, you're discounting the personality of Zadie. So, Zadie was hardcore pro-Jewish, absolutely. And Zadie had a personality too. But, so that's the other side of that story. But Scarlett, I know you were there when this app began to change. And I know you were there and you saw how the rooms went down and what changed in these apps. I'm not excusing his behavior. Clearly, he wasn't emotionally capable of handling that change. But at the same time, he would go into rooms and say, yeah, I was in prison. And yeah, when I was in prison, I had to defend myself, and I had to assert, he had to insert himself and prove himself in the hierarchy. So he said, yeah, I would, if there was a guy that I knew I had to get into a fight with to prove he couldn't push me around, I would say the N-word to him, knowing he would fight me. And then I would fight him, then I would beat him, and then they would leave me alone. He was being honest. People resented him for that. Now, do you want people to be honest, or do you want them to lie to you because quote, feelings? That's why he was labeled a racist when he wasn't, and sad for him, he got caught up with it, got caught up in it, and that's what pushed him over the edge. He shouldn't have, and I talked to him about that multiple times. It didn't help. So that's the story on Cardano. But, don't forget, Scarlett, you're the one, we created the room, which tastes better, I forget, what was it, cupcakes or brownies, and it became a whole...
What's your favorite dessert and why is it brownies? And we had black female divestors coming in telling us how much they hated brownies with nuts. And then we had black men come in saying the brownie means black men, and we were harboring black female divestors that were abusing men because we asked about dessert.
Yeah, that's what
lavender cheesecake
was like.
Monica, I do. Just wanted to let you know. Blackberry lavender cheesecake is so good.
Yes, that's what Clubhouse was. That was the environment of Clubhouse at the time. So again, I'm not making excuses.
I don't know where he is in the world.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not making excuses for him. But, that's the context surrounding him.
I would just say that there's a lot more context than just that. You got to remember that you're not always privy to everything that goes on. And to MG's point, he was not a person that women should feel safe around.
Well, the other part is I think at a certain point, he had been with someone for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, and they broke up. So, I think that contributed to it, for sure.
So Marlene,
in a room today about restorative justice. I don't know if you're ready for a topic change.
Yeah, go ahead, Monica. It's time for my daily shot of vodka. So. Yeah.
Only one shot of vodka with you being a.
Just one. I don't drink a lot, so it's actually I want to whiskey, but my partner got what do you call it? Vodka instead, and I'm like, no, it's whiskey, but you know, people don't listen.
All right, man. Let's go. Let's go. You got your glasses.
Has some drink.
Just got a cup. You got a cup. You can have a cup of water. Why don't we all do a little toast at the same time? Why don't we all take a sip? Wait, to all the users in the house, Clubhouse. Come on.
Let's do it. Let's do it before Monica does the topic change. Yeah.
To all the people on Clubhouse, you guys make this shit happen for real. Love y'all.
Yeah, I do too. I have an unhealthy relationship with this app. I really love Clubhouse. I really appreciate some of the people that I met on this. Well, not met, but just have engaged with on this app, from the crazies to the entertainment folks. You know, even I hate to say it, Pepe, even you. I sometimes enjoy being in your space too. And hold on, my favorite, is he still here? Dr. Adams, Timeout is down there. Mother, who I think is hilarious, especially yesterday in the chat. Mother, I don't mean to call you out, Mother, but I think you're so funny yesterday. You and Raw Hitter, that was hilarious. Matt Cool, I love Matt Cool. Sonya with a J's in the house. So yeah, Monica, Messy Rich, I think you're funny. John, the Congressman, I think you're a genius because of your social media experience. And I met Serendipity in this room, and Sean. So yeah, I appreciate the folks on this app too. I think you all are a cast of characters, and I really love y'all.
Hell yeah.
Is it a Capricorn thing?
You have a...
I forgot to give a shout out to Moves. Then Moves. What'd you say?
No, you have a good toast. So that was already a toast in its own way. You just said you got a good toast saying that you like to do before you take the drink. You got a good one. Anyone have a good one?
Yeah, mine is always rebuke Satan, and wibbly wobbly, timey wimey in honor of Doctor Who.
Is it a Capricorn thing where like it takes a lot to dislike somebody?
Cheers, y'all. I'm taking a shot right now. Join me.
Cheers. Pocket gives the best toast, though. I will say that. I remember it from me. She's not in here.
Oh, I think it's Pepe.
No, Pocket.
Cheers.
Yeah, let's not have Pepe come because he'll curse everybody out. Let's not do toast.
Pocket's is a fiery one. I love her too. All right, love y'all. Here we go. Cheers. Toast.
Cheers and toast to the Clubhouse and in the month. And wait, I read Mother, yeah, the chat yesterday was hilarious. Mother, and Marquise is coming up. I love Marquise. Mother, I love that you were shooting your shot in the chat. That was perfect. And wait, who's that? What'd you say? Who's that? Marquise, what's up, Marquise?
What up? I'm like, y'all can't be drinking without your boy. Yeah, you know I gotta be up here with y'all while you do.
Yeah. Come on up here and celebrate the love. Monica's about to do a topic change, I think.
No, I'm not. Let's just have a casual conversation. It's a Thursday, it's Little Friday. We're good.
Birthday Friday.
Random question for anybody who could be possible poll material. How many of you would honestly answer yes to the following questions? I have friends, I don't want to say in real life, this is real life, it's a different kind of real life, it's virtual life. But you know, our friends off the app, our partners, our co-workers, how often when you ask them if they knew about Clubhouse, had they even heard of it, let alone used it?
My husband would never. My husband would never.
Zero.
Nobody.
Nope. And as a matter of fact, this happened about a month ago. I had a couple friends come over, okay? This is really embarrassing. And, you know, good men, hardworking men, just old friends. And we're hanging out, and I'm just like, I always talk about Clubhouse. So I said, hey, let me introduce you to some people on Clubhouse. So I open up the Clubhouse app, and I go into and I'm like, you know, they're like listening, and I think they both look at me differently. from now on forever. Because they were like, I really don't know what you're doing. Like, are you okay? Like, they both asked me, like, are you okay? Like, you go on this thing and you just like talk to people and they listen to you and you listen to
I tell all my friends about Clubhouse. We listen to Clubhouse in the car, and a lot of my Clubhouse friends are on Spaces.
I'd lose my fucking job and never get hired again if my friends, or colleagues, I should say, knew I was on Clubhouse.
Depends what rooms you go.
Well, how many of Brad's coworkers do you think know he comes on here and does homicidal ideation and makes death threats all day long, slander and libel? I don't know. I'm gonna file a lawsuit.
Go get a tiger.
Yeah, I'd have to support that. I mean, like, I don't know. There's something that happens in the heart, you know what I mean? Like, we know that we're all imperfect, right? And some of us know a little bit more than others. I know I have my issues. I'm okay with that. But when you find somebody that there's zero provocation and they just choose to, like, to just do evil doing to you for no reason, like, that makes me think, like, first of all, horrible thoughts, but also it's really sad and it really does weigh on your soul. Like, I know a lot of times I don't respond to it, but it's so negative. And like, the spirit of the room, I swear to you, it feels less evil whenever he's in the room. Like, I feel straight evil. And I'm gonna say something else, and this is gonna be, and I'll promise I'll stop. But I honestly, I blame a lot of you. I blame everybody that laughs and like lets him believe that his value has to be in insulting and demeaning and criticizing people like so disgustingly, like obsessively. I mean, in the middle of discussion, of course, you know, you could go, but I mean, like, completely unprovoked, and nobody says anything to this guy, and that's why he continues to do what he does. And I think, like, if we weren't mental, I mean, if we were out in a regular area, like in real life, and someone started saying that to somebody, everybody would be like, whoa, like, calm down. Here, everybody just like sits and like listens. That's crazy, man.
Nobody pushes back. Nobody pushes back.
I think, well, I'm not gonna, no, I shouldn't say universal, but it's very, very rare that anybody pushes
And
back.
what happened when one pushes back?
Well, you become a target.
Right. And how much energy do you think I have?
Well, no. This is not for, this is, Monica, you're the only, I mean, you and I already have, you know, we know. But I'm talking about if there was multiple people, like even if 2 or 3 stepped up at the same time, be like, hey, stop, cut it out, stop with your stuff, you don't have to do that, right? Like, just a couple people come off mic, like, he's gonna get it. Like, okay, yeah, this isn't popular, I'm gonna stop doing this. But people don't want to do that, and I don't understand why.
I don't even know if people understood. Hold on, Sean. Hold on, man. Fema, I don't even know if people heard what he said today. He said, all right, black people, I've had enough. I'm on your side. Black Lives Matter all the way. When you see these white people like Pepe and Monica at the Dollar General or wherever, and they're buying their white sheets, you go ahead and murk them. You murk them.
Yeah, I heard that.
And from what I understand,
my name in it?
murk means murder, right?
No, did he say use my name?
No, I think he said Scarlett and Keegan.
Keegan, I apologize, Pepe. I'm glad Nye corrected me because I would not want that to go.
Oh, but Pepe, had you been here, he would have included you, definitely.
So, you know, I think people choose what they tolerate, and he's tolerated. Now, I believe he has me blocked. Was he modded in the afternoon room?
Here, no.
Okay, because I couldn't get in the afternoon room. It worked out because I could do the restorative justice room that I wanted to do, but I didn't even see that room. So I just opened another room, and then I think Kristen, told me, yeah, there's another room. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'm good here. But, yeah. So,
Yeah, Monica, sometimes I don't see in the month either. I gotta scroll and scroll and scroll before I find it.
I went to the house. And the house should have the rooms, because the house shows the rooms.
At some point, he was modded.
All you gotta do is
He was modded this afternoon. Okay, that's fine.
the name of the house, and then you can see the library. It's the easiest way to
Certain
find it.
topics get shadow banned.
Oh, no, he was, the whole room was modded, Mom. And he was.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. And so we solved the mystery. It's not a problem. Like I said, I got to do a room that I wanted to do. So.
I want to send Bima some flowers, by the way. And Bima, do you know Flora? Because I swear to God, you two could be sisters. I'd love to see the two of you in the room at the same time. But you're a sweetheart, and I appreciate you, Bima. Just want to give you flowers.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're very sweet. Yeah, Flora's very cool. She's a better person than I am. But I also, I don't want to take away from that, Sean. I do recognize you. I acknowledge you. Thank you so much. But I also want to say, it's a bullying tactic. I don't know if you guys recognize this, but I had happened to come back in the room, and I read in the chat, like, he made himself very transparent, like friggin' Jared Burnett in The Big Short, right? You can't even hate him because he's just transparent about what he's trying to do. He writes in the chat, yeah, because I wasn't even in the room yet, obviously, because I had to scroll up in the chat. But he's just like, yeah, I just want to make sure that Bitchma isn't part of the discussion. Like, that was the intent. So it's to bully people, make them, belittle them, demean them, get them to be uncomfortable enough to want to have to contribute. I think that's just so shit. Because, a lot of us talk shit. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. You could give space to people. It's sick, man. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing right now.
Well, I've got a group chat going with other Clubhouse users on my cell phone, and I'm going to make available a recording of all his death threats from, I believe, 2 days ago, as well as all the libel and slander that he hurled against me today. Also, on my Instagram at John Kitover, I put him on notice on his Instagram, and then he blocked me, but I'm going to file a civil slander and libel lawsuit against him.
Are you really going to do that, John?
Yeah, we've got $1,000 in the campaign account right now. We're gonna get a lawyer in Minnesota where he lives and have him sued for slander and libel, and maybe make $100,000 or $50,000 and use that money for the campaign.
Do it. I support it.
Now, I noticed Brad left the stage a while ago. Did he leave? Because I heard you mention that earlier. Did he leave the stage after? Did anybody?
No, I think he left on his own accord. There was nothing really going on pertaining to him.
Well, he's such a subject matter expert on every topic you could possibly imagine, except his understanding of libel, slander, and what it means to make death threats on the internet.
Just imagine all the fingers right now, John, that are typing in the back channel, just vigorously, just typing away to Brad, telling him everything that you're saying right now.
Well, all he has to do is go to my Instagram account at John Kitover to see the accusations of libel and slander where I tagged him and put him on notice that he's going to get sued.
Monica, this app is hella messy.
I just want to say hi to Connie. Hi, Connie.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Connie. Connie, do you think it's inappropriate for me to report Brad to the FBI in Minnesota for making death threats on this app 2 days ago for 30 minutes straight?
I'm sure he didn't mean it. And you don't want the Popo, they're bloodthirsty to get involved in that. And the FBI, they're in Washington right now.
Oh no, they're in field offices all around the country, and people who come on social audio chat apps and make death threats are probably on their priority list.
I don't think he meant it. I don't think he meant it at all.
You think he's just having a stressful day, so he comes on here to make death threats to relieve all the tension and strain in his life by making homicidal ideation statements for 30 minutes straight? Wow, what a classy guy. What a great guy. What an American patriot hero.
Connie, how many proof door with a pistol and shit?
Oh, no. That's like
Statute
way
in
too
place,
that
so if you don't have anything recorded, it's going to be very difficult.
I usually do that. Just, if you, I mean.
Hold on, John. Moose had Brad's dick shoved down his throat. What were you saying, Moose?
Yeah, I think, for some reason, I think maybe one more time, because he'll know that you don't like that, and then maybe he won't do it again, and he'll stop.
That'll never happen, Connie. That'll never, ever happen.
That'll never happen. Well, then did you flag him? Did you flag a speaker in the app? Because that's your backup witness, and they'd have to give it your word against his. I know I've been. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, flag a speaker. They have the thing where you can flag them after they leave, before you leave. Flag the speaker, and then that'll be your word, and it will no longer be your word, it's his. But I kind of believe he.
Connie, are you aware that John records every room that he's ever been in, ever?
Yeah, and respectfully, John Kitover has recorded more than anyone on this app. He's still here.
He posed as a beautiful model PTR for a long time, and he's hung out for hours and hours in the room by himself recording too. Yeah, but yeah, John's been around for a long time. You know, he is a, what do you call it when you change? He's a chameleon.
Sean, I have a question. Like,
He's a chameleon.
do you feel that you feel a little sexually confused that you keep bringing up this idea that John was dressed up as a woman? And you brought it up a couple times. It's just a little odd.
He did it for a long time. I thought it was kind of weird to have a PTR of a female. I mean, don't you think it's weird?
I don't know, Sean. I would say it seems a little
because it's a female.
Yeah.
No, I think this is actually a very serious thing. Because, I mean, you know, if you're voting for him, you're supporting him, you know, all this stuff will come back
I think
to him.
Sean deep down wants to fuck you.
No, not so much. Actually, I'm kind of asexual these days, you know. If you've been in a relationship for a long time, which I don't think, actually, Messi, I don't think you've actually ever been in a relationship. I don't think you can get laid if you try.
Definitely not.
To be honest with you. I don't think you've ever gotten laid in your life.
No,
you've probably never been in a relationship.
I am a virgin.
But, I've been in 2 relationships, actually, so I'm far from it. I was in an 18-year relationship, married for 18 years. Had about a 6-month break, and I've been taken for 15 years. I'm a keeper. That's what I am. But after this relationship, if something doesn't work out, we don't live till we die. I'm never going to be in a relationship again. I'm going to live single. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
It's too hard to train a new one.
I mean, I'm turning 48 at the end of the month, so, you know. I've been through it. I worked at a strip club for 13 years. I've seen more shit than most of you will see in 10 years. Or actually your entire lifetime, I should say. Yeah.
Happy early birthday, Sean.
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate you. And messy. Keep it messy. Keep it messy, man. Thank you, Mrs. Lopez.
Stop thinking about men in dresses, Sean.
It's funny, we asked a question about mental health, and this is what we get.
I agree.
Hey, I've always been about good vibes.
Could be classified in the DSM-5.
Kristen knows me. I've always been about good vibes. There's plenty of people that know that I've just always been about good vibes on here. I do like to get messy. I've had my trolling phases. My heart's been hurt by Goldie Mayan. If any of you remember her, she was one that faked her cancer, faked her death. Under Stream Dream Radio with Knucklehead. If y'all remember Knucklehead and Stream Dream Radio, which still is around. And y'all remember the Goldie Mayan incident where she was faking her cancer or death and she collected thousands of dollars. Speaking of trolls, John, possibly, I'm not saying you're a troll.
I totally get it when you guys drag on me for.
You might remember the history. If you've been on this app long enough, most of us have been on this app for a very long time. We're OGs on this app. Most of the people on this stage are OGs. We've been here. We've been through it. And I'm just saying, you know, been through it. I've learned from it, and I'm a stronger person from it. Thank you.
So, Serendipity, remember the game we used to play, the yes-no game? Where we would guess each other's answers to a yes/no question.
Don't shoot the messenger.
No, we'll never play that game again.
Monica will never play that game.
It sounds fun though, Monica.
Don't shoot the messenger. It's fun.
She made like,
keep that shit private. That shit, the Western. Keep that.
9. Yes.
Okay, English is rule number 10 or 11. I've lost count. Kay, I think I've seen you on the stage before. Kay, no disrespect. I just really didn't understand what you were saying. I don't know who moved you down, but probably because we don't understand what you were saying. And English is, America first, English first.
Yeah, America is full, sorry.
America's not one of the rules. That's just Nye's rule. America first, English first. No disrespect, sir.
MG has a great question in the chat if we're ready to switch the poll.
Okay, let's see. What is...
Where's Mojo? PTSD. Where's Mojo?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. Clubhouse PTSD.
Hey guys, where's Mojo?
He was I think he's traveling back.
Yeah.
Having the time of his life in the real world.
That's right. He's being in the moment.
He's not in the clubhouse streets, but
he has a life outside this app.
Don't I wish? Like, let me stop.
Monica, are you making the PTSD poll? If you don't say anything, I'll just assume yes.
No, I'm not. I mean, we can. I just didn't.
Give the people their poll.
I have PTSD after yesterday's room, and I have PTSD because I'm not going to name the person, but somebody who frequents this house, who is often a moderator, nobody on the stage right now, who's called me a bitch twice for no apparent reason, and as far as I know, we have no beef. And I refuse to address it off the back end and hit this person up like, why do you keep calling me a bitch? Like, what the fuck's going on? So I'm just going to leave it alone, but if it happens a third time, then I will bring it up. And it's happened twice in this house, on this stage.
Wait,
but
what?
if it happens a third time, I will bring it up.
Oh.
So I kind of
because I really like this third. Well, you have to share now.
No, I'm out of popcorn, damn it. I'm going to have to go buy some more now.
I'll never say this person's name because you want to know something? I really, really, really like this individual. I think this individual is hilarious, very intelligent, articulate, just a brilliant mind. I have a lot of respect for this person, despite this seemingly 360 that I said he. Shit, I
As long as you didn't say 69.
This particular individual.
So, but I have no beef with this person. I admire this person. They claim that it's all in fun, but I'm just trying to figure out why is this our level of fun? You know what I'm saying? So, well, I'll get to the bottom of it eventually. But it kind of haunts me because I'm like, what did I do to you, sir?
Anyway,
That's a great question.
It must be so hard. Hold on, it must be so hard, NY, to be as, intelligent and as mature as you are to try and understand something that is not in your scope. You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to, as someone who, in your aura, it's really hard to try and understand something that, you don't have around you or you don't put out,
It must be a clubhouse tactic because, I was trying to be a good friend and respond to all the pings and go into people's rooms. And I left so disheartened, like, I can't believe they're going to settle for that.
No.
I can't believe it. It stressed me out so bad, I fell asleep as soon as I laid down. And very seldom do I do that, because I have sleep apnea. So it's not really PTSD as far as when my brain is going to turn off. It's just, you'll get a little bit of insomnia. You'll get a little bit of borderline narcolepsy where you just want to fall asleep. And as soon as I laid down last night, I fell asleep because I'd be shocked at some of the shit people do on this app.
So wait a minute, Clubhouse has been healing for you? You have sleep apnea, and when you come into the messy rooms, it helps you sleep? Maybe this is a cure.
No, but I felt bad about it, though. I almost got to work late.
Yeah, heroin also.
I got a parking ticket because I did not have the money to
pay, parking. And I was like, okay, so, cause see where I work at, they think we're rich. Our parking ticket is $40. I'm like, oh my God, I'm lazy. I gotta park in the employee parking lot. So no, that's not good at all. You will never get off the sleep apnea machine unless you fall to sleep organically. And so,
Connie, I gotta get on the sleep apnea machine. I'm gonna get a sleep test because I've been snoring and pissing my girlfriend off like crazy. It's in my family too. It ain't even weight related. I thought it was weight related because
I thought they were picking on me too, and they said that I literally in the sleep lab stopped breathing, and it was nothing they could do to revive me, and then I came back. Yes, so you should. And then and they had a lawsuit, so I got a new machine, and so the reason why I've been on it for a couple of years is they had to change the pressure and get rid of a no good sleep machine. And so, the pressure will go up 18, 15. You're good if you have like less than 5 episodes or you don't use that much pressure, you're good. They're going to take you off eventually.
I mean, if I might just love to die in my sleep, but
Elsa, your dog is so
But I want to say,
pretty.
Connie, Team Darth Vader sleepers, okay? Team Darth Vader sleepers all day long.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. We're listening.
Visual pockets.
Okay, because I just want to clear up something. Who told the story of the person they don't want to name that was being very disrespectful? Who told that? Was that NY?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, Poppy, that was me.
Because Connie started talking, and then I got confused. I was like,
I was just corroborating Nye to let her know there are people on this app that will shock the shit out of you and put you in dismay.
To sleep.
Yeah, and it put my ass to sleep. Yeah, but I woke up late, because I was like, well, by the time I checked in, I had 3 minutes left. That's wasn't what I was aiming for. Now, school has started back because this is Washington, D.C. is a college town, and we don't know what it's going to look like with the guards here, the National Guard here. It would have been a problem because there's more people on the road.
Connie, do you feel safer or less safe with the National Guard there?
I'm going to feel safer because the mayor's office is a bully, and a lot of crime has happened, and they push it under the rug, and it doesn't get any coverage, not C coverage or any type of media coverage. I mean, they have abducted so many kids in DC that they had to close down the schools, and then they revamp them, got them out and open them up as charter schools. So they did a lot of shit and didn't get to the media, but Big Brother, Uncle Sam or whatever, he's always watching. So, and she don't know how to legislate. She's a bully. She will, she don't like what one of y'all say in the room. She will personally come down and try to kick your ass. She's, just the type of person she is. She will use her power to step on you like a roach.
Wait, that's Mario Bowser?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the only person who could fuck with her was Trump. Because he don't care.
Yeah, did you hear the reporter asked the chief of police, so what's the change?
Did you see how she's wearing a tie?
Yeah, well, they asked her what.
Dude.
Yeah, well, no, it isn't. And they asked her what the chain of command was, and she said, what does that mean?
I know, it's on MSN webpage, the front webpage.
And the mayor...
I kept scrolling back because I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I was at work finishing up my time and attendance sheet, and I kept scrolling back. I was like,
the mayor, to her credit, jumped in, and made me move back.
Huey and Dewey.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
was like, I don't know what it is. Do you know what it is?
See, she knew what the chain of command.
She's a lawyer. She's a lawyer.
It's too much.
Somebody keeps trying to come up. Do 111. I don't know if you're trying to come up. I've invited you up if that person is even still in the room. I don't think so. Yeah. Oh, wait. Elsa, I don't know if you're trying to come up, but I've invited you up.
So, hey, yesterday, Roger was talking about, like, what does it take to trigger people? You know, and you know what I think about in these rooms? I think this is really great training for public speaking and even for having debates. You know, where would you get access to so many opinions and a broad base of people that you can talk to? And you can see, you know, I think that would be a good question, but certainly, you know, I would encourage everybody. I know some people get sensitive, but it's just great training for anything that you have to approach conversation with.
Yeah, I agree, because it took me a long time. Oh, go ahead, Marquise, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think it weeds out the people that can't have a conversation. It weeds out those. It shows the mental integrity of those who genuinely want to be progressive, as opposed to those who just want to scream into the mic and want to do all of this nonsense. I've noticed that a lot.
Entertainment, yeah. I like to come in for knowledge, or sometimes I give out knowledge that I had a hard time learning. And so I don't want nobody to, you know, I'm real passionate about that. I don't want nobody to do it. But yesterday I was in the chat function of the house, and they said they recommended people go to YouTube to look at the Moors. And I was like, well, you know, I really don't care for that. But I said, so they were talking about indigenous children have been brainwashed. So it was clickbait because they never said anything about anybody's children. But they were very passive. They were very passive. They'd just say anything. If you made a comment about something, say, oh, that's already been taken care of. You know, like that. And that's what really put me to sleep last night, because I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. But there's a silver lining to it. They did notice that some of the people on the app are already like brainwashed. You know, they're in a trance where they just, you know, they just think one way. And so they, you know, and they sound like psychiatrists. They were like asking them questions and stuff. And so yeah, so sometimes on Clubhouse good things come out of rooms sometimes. But that particular YouTube live stream was like a double-edged sword. I yield my mic. Welcome, Timok, back to the stage. I didn't like you in the audience, but I understand. You know, sometimes you just got to take a break from the stage, especially if certain people on the stage. Okay. I want to. Dr. Mitch said triggers. Yeah. Clearly, we already know that there's a certain individual who will remain nameless that triggers a lot of people on this app. I can't say I'm incredibly triggered by this individual. I know he could be pretty spicy and sassy and disrespectful at times. And I know, you know, I'm in the minority here, and I don't mean to disrespect anyone who's had unsavory encounters with Brad, but I actually find Brad entertaining and amusing. Do I agree with everything he says? No. When he had to get really vicious with women, no, I don't, you know, and when he was talking about a certain woman's vajayjay the other day, I didn't think that was cool, but, you know, it's sometimes hard, you know, when you're a female and a female mod to kind of control and manage very aggressive, dominating male energy, right? So,
Sorry, did you call for me?
I did not. Oh, I don't know if you're joking.
I think it was a joke.
He's definitely joking. Hey, Rowan.
Okay, Rowan. No, I wasn't calling you, bro. But yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. Speaking of Dr. Mitch's, do we have triggers? My triggers are the anti-black rooms. I hate them on this app. The anti-black and the anti-woman rooms. I absolutely hate them. But I'm unlike some people who come into certain spaces where they don't like the mods or they don't like the speakers, but they still go in those rooms and listen to the conversation and get all worked up and riled up and mad instead of just avoiding those rooms or blocking the people that triggers them. I think that some of them like it. I think y'all like being triggered, and by y'all I'm saying I'm speaking in general.
But I don't like the ones where they're divisive, like, because I'm pretty good if you ping me about coming right then and there, like that. Even when I fell asleep last night, the first thing I did when I got up was coming to you all's early morning vibration room, like that, because I was like, I remembered when I woke up that I didn't make it right after the last thing. But so I don't like it, when you have people that are divisive and they just come in your room just to garner people, like that. So that's the thing that I like. But I was in a room where a lady was doing a dissertation, and they were fake cosplaying as what Western British West Indian people, and they were actually Londoners that had made the move from the Caribbean over to London. And one of the last things they said before they silenced my mic, I guess because everybody was talking, she said, "Don't go in any more black rooms." And I'm sitting here like, why would you say that?
To protect your mental health, because some of these ninjas on the app are wild style. Girl, you gotta protect your mental health and not go into some of these black.
And I was sitting there feeling, I was thinking that, but I was sitting there saying, but you can't give up on black people.
No, but honey, 95%
But then you
of
can't be
black
taking
folks.
shit off for people either.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead,
Yeah.
come on.
95% of the black folks on this app are ghetto. They're not. There's not a whole bunch of educated people up on this app. It doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It just means they have a way of communicating, right? Some of them are intelligent, but for the most part, they communicate through anger and ego and things like this. So a lot of the ones that were here before that, they're back to work. They're back to their lives. But I've noticed that it's a most ghetto community out of anybody on this app.
He ain't lying, and y'all know, those who know me, I love my people, but on this app, it's a first class ratchets. So Connie, whoever gave you that advice,
they don't even use profile pictures. It's totally political.
It's definitely ratchet, and I'm one of the most ratchet. So there you go. But
we know.
David Duchovny is a friend.
We gotta handle Times Square very delicately, because Times Square can get a little, can just deviate the conversation. Times Square, you're one of the characters that I have grown fond of on this app, but just tread lightly, sir, please. Okay.
Absolutely, Diaz, of course. We'll do it as such, Maybe we'll put on a British accent to make it more smooth for you.
I appreciate that. Are you familiar with Doctor Who, since you're putting on a British accent?
It sounds familiar. Is it a movie show?
Okay, you know what? I'm insulted. It sounds familiar. I'm done with you. Next. I'm just kidding. I'm a Doctor Who fanatic, so if I'm just giving you
before my mentor died, he said he could get a autograph for my son, and Doctor Who is Scottish too, but if I'm not sure, I think he was going to go through Michael Jackson's executor, McLean, to the little Scottish connection to get it for him. I don't know. But
you mean the original Connie, the one that does?
If I do push the button for an autograph from Doctor Who, I'll definitely get you one.
Which one though? Because there have been 14.
No, the original, the last one, the Scottish, that last one, because they morph into different things.
I know.
Different things, but the very one that they come out of.
You must be thinking of 12. I forget his name. There was 10 was David Tennant. Matt Smith was 11. And
I
then
think it was
12.
David Tennant.
No, Dave. Oh, you're right. David is Scottish, isn't he? Yeah. He's my favorite.
Holland.
Yeah, so if I push that button, I'll get you yours too. I just said,
luckily, I've had the pleasure of interviewing David Tennant.
You did?
Yeah.
You did. Okay, so you don't need that one.
I wouldn't mind an autograph.
Okay, I'll get it. I didn't push it because once my mentor died, I ain't gonna say I was depressed, but I just didn't do all the things I like to do, and I used to do a ton of Scottish things, but I didn't do it, once he died. I lapsed memberships and all that crazy stuff, but I think I will push that button and get it.
Yeah, so I want to let just one little thing to say here. I just saw 20 minutes ago that someone is preparing a full economic blackout for next month. So I'll just put the link in the chat. You guys do with it what you want, but just an FYI.
No, who is someone? Just say the name, because a lot of people aren't going to click on the link. So
I don't know who or what is behind this, but it's a very legitimate site and has a lot of, it's akin to like the No Kings protest that happened, but this is, anyway, just a concern for you guys. So you have a month and a couple of days of preparation, I guess, if they're actually going to do it.
Alan, I just saw your comment. Yeah, Alan, I'm a huge Doctor Who fanatic. Like, fanatic, okay?
Well, before I go anywhere,
and I don't
need to be able to address like one very important thing. I want to welcome fully heartedly and openly MG. It's so beautiful to be able to see. MG, you shine. You glow.
Oh God, stop!
In this world in such a magnificent way. In such a magnificent way. For people who don't know MG, she is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful individual on Clubhouse. People should be following her. She's not just beautiful on the outside; she's beautiful on the inside.
I'm gonna mute him.
She's an angel. She's an angel. I have never seen. What's going on? Like, I'm sitting.
There we go. We can
muted out.
We can move on.
You asked for it.
Yeah, it sounds like he's making a move.
I haven't got something, but I need to finish off this.
You can do it in the back channel.
I don't want to go. Hang on. I just want to make this really clear. This is not shooting my shot. MG is a very happily married woman who I have a lot of respect for, and she's an amazing individual. Everybody, please follow her.
This is so cringe. Can we move on?
And if you say you're not shooting a shot, you just did, That's the paradox of it.
I totally agree with everything that Rose said. Everything.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my gosh. What's up, Pepe?
Yo, nine. So you were following, I think Roger, were following when I was talking about the kids, right? Yes. You were following, right? So I think very differently. I go back things very differently, and I'm an artist, so most artists are like that. So I'm far removed from normal people, 9 to 5, these kind of things. So I wasn't sure if it landed, but it did land with you. But you've dealt with a lot of artists, so that's probably why. Where I think Beth, she couldn't quite get it.
No, you're talking about the education room, right?
Yeah, exactly.
100%. I got exactly what you were saying. I understood, but I also think that sometimes, Mark, when you're when I say I'm speaking in general, I think spiritual people, and not to say the folks in that room were not spiritual, right? I just think when you kind of approach, when your outlook on life centers on the spiritual and kind of elevating the mind, body, and soul at the same time, and how education can be used to enhance all that, while at the same time being destructive as well. Because education can be used to enhance the spirit or destroy the spirit. If you don't understand that, this is just my interpretation. If you don't understand that, then what you were saying in that space would not make sense to people who don't understand that. You know?
Right. Well, what I was alluding to was Dr. Joe Dispenza's work, which is, it's science, it's data. However, there is meditation involved. There is breaking down brainwave patterns and how that transfers to everyday life and behavior. And I was talking about the school system. We're dealing with young people that are going to be adults, and they're going to be leaders around the country. And there should be something cohesive. There should be something that is the overall goal, and it should involve humanity. And that's where I was coming from. I don't know what was. It was for her. Maybe one other person wasn't landing right. Maybe I would have to say how that works in a day-to-day classroom. The thing was, exactly. I was saying I'm not the one delivering I'm not delivering it. Somebody else is. So I need to know more. I know how it's delivered to adults, and I'm part of that. But to children, it's going to be a whole different ballgame.
Can I respond, T-Mac?
Of course.
Can I read you something?
It's Ty-Mac, by the way.
Ty-Mac, excuse me.
Thank you.
To answer that question, maybe this is the key. This is an example of, and I've seen this before, forgive me if you've heard of this. This is an example of the kind of reading that they used to give to, what age was 7th and 8th graders in Minnesota 100 years ago. This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld, with voices sad and prophetic, stands like harpers roar, with beards that rest on their bosoms. This is the reading list, a current example of the reading they're giving students now. Coach Jameson saw me in the hall and said he wanted to make sure I'm trying out for the track team. He said my middle school gym teacher told him I was really good. Then he said that with me, the Harrison High School team, we have a real shot at being county champs. Fantastic. Now, perhaps if we started teaching using the literature that they used 100 years ago, it might lead students to the kind of spirituality and awakening you're talking about.
Well, I was saying, Nye brought up spirituality, and I understand why she brought that up, but it's demystifying the mystical, right? The yogis, right? The chakras, the kundalini, is demystifying it, making it very, very simple. It's a practice, and traumas are held in the bottom 3 chakras. So everybody's dealt with a certain amount of traumas, and this is all factual. This is all factual, right? And there's breath work, things like this that release those traumas, and extraordinary things happen. Now, children might be going through some trauma, but adults, it's really stuffed down there, right? With children, it's fairly new because they're still children. So getting to them early enough where and they'll get these kinds of things very simply because it would be delivered in a way that they understand, right? It's not, So this is what's happening. This is happening right now. The first pilot program starting here in New York. So there'll be 2-day retreat. All this is going to be delivered to teachers and principals, cops, things like this, because they're going to experience it, and then it'll be rolled out to kids. So again, like I was saying, overall, having a big picture end game, for me, it would be, I would hope for everybody here, that it would be about humanity. It would, like I mentioned, no wars. Well, how the hell do you get to no wars? You can't do it by doing the same thing we've been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to create a new culture of humans, a new environment. And it's not going to be exclusive of anything, as far as religious, right? Because you can be religion, keep religion, but this is science. Your brainwave patterns, right? So when you're in a more PTSD state, you're in a high beta wave pattern. When you lower those brainwave patterns, right? Like right now, you're in a low beta wave pattern. The more you lower it, the more suggestive your subconscious is. And your subconscious rules your patterns. 95% of patterns, like when you saw people doing this earlier in the room, yelling at each other, cursing at each other, threatening each other, that was a pattern, right? That people practice. It's a habit, and it's
what he's talking about is the frequency war, right? Lower vibrational frequency versus high vibrational, and you're talking about the old Earth and the new Earth, and maybe I'm already.
Yeah, but how do you make that communication for people to understand? Frequency is energy.
There's a chart I have. It's amazing. It just puts points on it. Anger is 20 points.
Right.
Exactly. Pride is 30 points. Peace and love is 700 points, dude.
There you go.
So, I mean,
let me ask you something though. When you mentioned, I think, and I'm not probably going to use the right phrase. I think you said new humans or something like that.
New culture, new humans. Yeah.
The new Earth, it's biblical, and some people are on the new Earth, and some people are not. Maybe I already am. But there's a scientific process that happens during that.
Well, wait. How do you think AI fits into this, Time Rock? And creating the new humans.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see Ro wants to speak too.
Go ahead, Ro.
No, it's fine. I just noticed that Times Square got shut down to the goo for some reason. I'm not sure who did that, but
it's an amazing coincidence that I just entered the room when that happened.
Yeah, crazy.
Well, that's fine. I mean, sure.
Hang on,
you guys finish what?
Times Square, just so you know, that we've got a policy here. It's just one mic at a time. I know I get the picture that you want to be able to center yourself, and I think you've got a lot of interesting things to be able to have the conversation, but just if you could be aware that other people are trying to have a conversation as well.
Can I translate that into American? He basically said you need to learn when to shut the fuck up.
Bro, we just spent a few hours while you were gone trying to calm the room. Ro went in and out, but it was a mess. When Brad got in it with B, right? And then you opened this room, and then you got out of here when John and Brad were going at it. It did not stop. It did not stop.
Can I just say this? John is a troll, but John is running for Congress, and John's education and military background are legit, and anyone that says otherwise is just lying. Period, point blank, period.
Yeah, I got it. It just went, it was getting into all kinds of other stuff. It's not just John. It was a lot of back and forth. It was ridiculous. And then luckily Anson came at the end of it, and I pointed that Anson brought some discipline into the room just by his being here. So
Uncle Anson, he had discipline in the other room. He ran it for an hour and 15 minutes. I show up for the last 15 and it erupted in chaos.
That's right.
I will take
your fault.
Yeah, no, I will take full blame for any space that goes. Look, if a space goes bad, it's always my fault. That is the first rule of Clubhouse.
See, at least he's honest. So I was teasing John a little bit too. I was teasing him, but I'm still, and I agree. I think John is running, but there's a lot more than that, I think, going on. Don't you, John? Nye, don't you think there's a little bit more going on?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm fascinated by John's journey. I hope that I can witness every bit of this journey until the great reveal, because I'm convinced that the reveal is going to be epic. And I could be way off in my assessment about John and his
Hold on. Let me tell you how it's gonna play out. I'll tell this is not hard to read. He is going to raise enough money to get the signatures to get on the ballot in the primary, and he will lose the primary, and then the election's over, and then he can tell the tale about how he tried to fight the system. That's how it's going to play out. Like, anyone that thinks it's going to play differently, good or bad, is fooling themselves. But I do think it's worth the journey, because what's going to come out of this is you're going to see the Republican Party spend a ton of money when they start looking at the FEC filing and they see that he's raising money. Because right now they think that he's just this paper candidate troll, which he kind of is, right? But at the end of the day, they are going to spend money to defeat him. And then what we get to see with our own eyes is the corruption of the Republican Party that tries to take him on. And so we're going to have a front row seat to corruption. It's going to be amazing.
But Mojo, why don't you just, it's all fun. Why don't you go for all the big bang? Why not, John? Why aren't you going in there to be a congressman? You're saying, Mojo, that there's so much money going into this other guy that we get others that he would be going up against, right? That it's impossible. But he should go for it anyway, for real though, for real.
Well,
hold on. He is going
for a lot more than $500.
Hold on. He's going to go for it for real. And what for real means is that there is no filing fee. What for real means is that he needs about a little less than 600 validated signatures, which in the state of Illinois might require 6,000 signatures. And so at the end of the day, you're going to watch all of the challenges. I'm going to predict that the Republican Party tries to sue him at least 3 times during this process. But what I'm hopeful for, and why I'm willing to put my neck out to offer whatever assistance I can, is to be the person that causes the GOP to overspend in this race, and then to be able to expose the corruption. Because the cool thing is he gets to document all this stuff, and he's going to get to show the world just how corrupt the politics is in Illinois and the GOP. It's going to be amazing.
Mojo, in this room, right? Like that. Now, I'm not looking for this at all, but he hasn't courted me once, and I've got more followers in this room than anybody, right? And I got a film being released October 19th nationwide, right? He hasn't courted me at all, so how serious is it?
You said you have films?
I have a film being re-released actually. I did a film when I was very young, and it's being re-released as a celebration anniversary nationwide, October 19th for a week.
Myth, are you familiar with the great classic, The Last Dragon? Or are you too young to remember that movie?
Let me look it up and see if anything visually jogs my memory or reading about it.
Was that the one that
the knight finds the egg and then he hides it under the cellar? Is that, or am I thinking of Dragonheart?
Negative. Lord, today, the dragon and the eggs. No, you're way off, Bruce. Jesus.
That wasn't me. That was Marquise.
Oh, that was Marquise.
gap since I'm and I believe I'm spiritual. Maybe might look at it as spiritual, so it didn't land with Beth and maybe one or two others. So I'm trying to find a way because I've been living completely different than a lot of people. So it's almost like I forgot how to talk to normal people. And so I attempted to explain a little bit about Dr. Joseph Dispenza's work and how to incorporate it into the school systems. And this is I'm going to start in October. And things like knowing your brainwave patterns, knowing when you take deep breaths in a certain pattern, that you bring your heartbeat, you bring your brainwave patterns down and brainwaves down, and you're in a relaxed state. It needs to be in a triggered state. Right? There's all kinds of techniques and things like this, making the mystical, demystifying the mystical, and things about the brain, how the prefrontal cortex is the general. It tells everything else in every other part of the brain and obviously the body, what we're doing, what's going to go on, and the pituitary gland, how it has a pharmacy of medicine, naturally.